Ladies and gentlemen, I think that we can start now. So please take your seat. I hope that everyone has a translation headset, had a chance to take one. So just the technical information, channel number 1 is for Polish translation and channel number 2 is for English translation. Ladies and gentlemen, welcome on the International Synergy Conference and Network Meeting 2024. It is really nice to be here with you, assist you as a host event. We will have a great opportunity during next 2 days to focus on an extremely important topic, protection of people experiencing domestic violence. Today we will have 4 panels with international specialists that will share their knowledge and practical approach in different areas. I hope this will be a valuable time for us and that many thoughts and inspirations will rise in your head and in your heart. And I hope that this will have directly influence on your actions or maybe in your work in the field of protection of individuals which are offended by domestic violence. I am happy to proceed to the part of opening speech, and I'm happy to welcome Zuzanna Rudzińska-Bluszcz, Deputy Minister of Justice in Poland.
Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. Welcome to Warsaw. Welcome to the International Synergy Network Conference on Protection of People Experiencing Domestic Violence. I would like to especially welcome His Excellency Ambassador of Norway to Poland, Øystein Bø, here, thank you, and Ms. Alexandra Wacko, representing the Norwegian Embassy in Warsaw. I'd like to welcome Ms. Lene Nielsen, Ms. Line Nersnes, and Ms. Hilde Knotten, the representatives of the Norwegian Ministry of Justice and Public Security. Mr. Roberto Olla, Head of Human Dignity and Gender Equality Department from the Council of Europe, as well as representatives of the Council of Europe, Ms. Jenna Scherer-Demir and Ms. Kerstin Schinner. And I also wholeheartedly welcome member of the Polish Parliament, Ms. Katarzyna Kotula, Polish Minister for Equality. Last but not least, I welcome all of you, ladies and gentlemen, representatives of public institutions, law enforcement authorities, non-governmental organizations, representatives of academia from Norway, Poland, and participating synergy countries, as well as the representatives of international organizations active in the field of domestic violence. Ladies and gentlemen, I was told I have approximately 4 minutes. I have long notes on effectiveness of protection system, on interdisciplinary approach, but I decided to skip the part. We all know that. Instead, I would like to take you to the city of Częstochowa, 200,000 inhabitants, March 2023. In this time, the 8-year-old Kamil was beaten to death by his stepfather, and because of the wounds suffered, he died in more than a month from the abuse. And he was one of the 30 kids that die every year in Poland because of domestic violence. And in memory of Kamil and other victims, I would like us to lead the discussions today, to search for the systemic solutions, because it only depends on us whether in 21st century, in European Union countries, we will successfully fight the domestic violence. Kamil's case started a change in Poland. it started a change that I really find important, namely not just one change in law, but a systemic change that created, for example, the serious case review, which fully functions in the UK. I hope this will change the protection of domestic violence victims in Poland as well. So, ladies and gentlemen, it's a beautiful day to find systemic solutions, and I wish you good discussions today. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Now I would like to ask Øystein Bo, Ambassador of Norway to Poland, to welcome us.
Szanowna Pani Minister, ladies and gentlemen, dear friends, and many warm thanks to you, Minister Rudinska-Bluch, and to the rest of the Polish Minister of Justice for hosting this important conference. Because when we bring together countries and international organizations who are part of the EEA and Norway Grant Synergy Network against gender-based and domestic violence, we can really capture synergies and make a greater impact. Domestic violence is, as you also said, a serious crime, and it also constitutes a comprehensive public health problem. Violence within the four walls of homes robs individuals of their sense of safety, dignity, and self-esteem. And it's also difficult to recognize for the outside society, and many times those who know, they choose to look away. When the crime is committed by someone who are supposed to support us when things are difficult, those who we love and care for, it makes things as complicated as they can be, as also the urge for the victims to forgive and understand and hope for a better tomorrow is often also what runs through their minds. Domestic violence comes in many forms, not only brutal violence, but also mental dominance and abuse of economic dependence. It deprives persons, and women in particular, of freedom and opportunities for active participation in working life and society. Hence, I would also like to use this occasion to thank you, Minister Kotula, for joining us today, underlining the importance of this topic and reminding us that equal rights is a crucial element in fighting domestic violence. The Norwegian government has a strong commitment to the promotion of gender equality and the fundamental right to freedom from violence for women and girls. In 2017, Norway ratified the Istanbul Convention, the Council of Europe's pioneering convention on preventing and combating violence against women and domestic violence. Norway has a clear voice in the work to promote and uphold the convention. We strongly encourage all of our cooperating partners to ratify, and the reason is simple. It is an important tool for ensuring progress in achieving freedom from violence for women and girls, and it is also a guide for us to move in the right direction. Our joint efforts under the EEA and Norway grants are also guided by the standards of the Convention. From 2014 to 2021, the Council of Europe was an important partner to the grants for our work on gender-based violence and has also guided the Synergy Network. And I can promise you that Norway also in the future will stand firm in our strong international commitment to promote gender equality and the fundamental rights to freedom from violence for all women and girls. We are looking forward to continuing our mutual cooperation, building on the good practices we had so far. Together, I believe we hold the key to ensuring that combating domestic gender-based violence is a central aspect of democracy, rule of law, and human rights. The next edition of the EEA Norway grants, where almost €1 billion is set aside for Poland, is no exception. In the draft Blue Book outlining the priorities and program areas for this funding period, we have proposed this as a separate program area. This Blue Book is, the next one, is currently on public consultation until 18 October. And I will avail myself of this opportunity to personally encourage you all to submit your inputs and to help us refine priorities and the program areas. In concluding, I'd like to thank you all for contributing to the Synergy Network and making it an effective tool for our work. And in particular, I wish to thank the Polish and Norwegian Ministries of Justice, who have been crucial in building and also in nurturing this important network. I wish you all 2 constructive and successful days here in Warsaw. Dziękuję za uwagę.
Thank you very much for your speech. Now please welcome Roberto Ola, Head of Human Dignity and Gender Equality Department, Council of Europe.
Dear Minister Zuzanna Rudzińska-Bluszcz, dear Ambassador Oystein Bø, and dear Minister Katarzyna Kotula. That was difficult. I tried my best. Thank you, first of all, to the Ministry of Justice of Poland and the Norwegian Ministry of Justice and Public Security for organizing this event, for being such an active coordinator in the Synergy Network. The Council of Europe values very much the work with the network, and we hope we proved this throughout the years in which we worked together. You know that the Council of Europe is called the House of Human Rights, of Rule of Law and Democracy. But the way we do it is very simple in reality. We have what we call the strategic triangle. We fix standards with our member states, standards meaning treaties or recommendations or legal standards. We monitor them through independent experts, and independent experts and also the civil society, pointing out areas where we can improve the implementation of those standards. And then when needed and upon request from the member states, we develop cooperation projects, meaning that we help them building capacity, training, and created the legal standards and atmosphere that is necessary to the implementation of those human rights. Some of you know that this year was the 10th anniversary of the Istanbul Convention, and the Istanbul Convention fighting gender-based violence against women and domestic violence is built on the famous 4 Ps: the prevention, the protection, the prosecution, and the coordinated policies. Of course, we invest a lot in prevention, in primary prevention, secondary prevention, and even in tertiary prevention when the abuse has happened and we try to avoid that the perpetrators keeps on committing, and we try to avoid a recidivism. However, when prevention fails, protection kicks in, and that is what we're going to talk about today, protection. We do this through the Istanbul Convention in the Council of Europe, but we do it also through another criminal law treaty, that is the Lanzarote Convention. The Lanzarote Convention focuses on a particularly horrible crime, that is the one committed against children, is sexual exploitation and abuse of children. And the 4 Ps apply also for this treaty. So we're going to talk about protection in the first panel, I believe, of this treaty. Now, something that is very important that we in the Council of Europe underline all the time is that legal frameworks and cooperating with the government is fundamental, but it is also essential working with civil society. The NGOs, the associations are the ones that are actually doing a lot of the prevention, and in many countries are the ones that actually carried out a protection, thinking about the shelters or any other structure where victims are welcomed and supported. So I believe that this formula that the Council of Europe has put together is probably the most efficient one that we have found until now. And we're going to talk about this, of course, later on. The last thing I wanted to say is that fighting domestic violence and gender-based violence is a legal obligation. It's enshrined in treaties, it's been transposed into national law and applied by the courts. But I think most importantly is a moral imperative. And that's why we're all here, to reaffirm the fight against a violence that can be avoided, it can be nearly eradicated. So I would like to thank again the organizer and wish you all a fruitful 2 days of work. Thank you.
Thank you very much. And last but not least, please welcome Katarzyna Kotula, Minister of Equality in Poland.
It is always the most difficult job when you're the last speaker, because everybody sets up the standard very high. So I have to tell you first, my notes are in Polish, so I will have to do a simultaneous translation myself. I'll be probably stumbling upon some words, so I feel sorry for that. And I've seen that many of you, the speakers before me, have made some efforts to, for example, pronounce my name correctly, and I thank you for that. It does not really matter, but thank you, that was really, really nice. And then the Norwegian ambassador trying to speak Polish. So now I feel that I will have to say something in the Norwegian language. Jeg heter Katarzyna, jeg kommer fra Polen, jeg speak lite norsk. Jeg går på norsk. Thank you. Okay, so I want to thank Mr. Zuzanna Ludzińska-Bluszcz for inviting me to this conference. I do feel that we have a good cooperation between our departments as far as combating violence, domestic violence, and also combating violence against children is something that we are building, I would say, from the very beginning, pretty much, after what we have seen during the past 8 years. Combating violence, domestic violence, and fighting with domestic violence. And domestic violence as such, I think, and I believe, and I've seen it this way in the past 8 years, it's not a marginal problem, but it has been marginalized very much. So, as a new Minister for Equality, I have gained new competences which have been transferred from the Ministry of Family and the Ministry of Labor. Before that, all the competences of combating violence, domestic violence, were within that ministry. Now they have been transferred to the Prime Minister's office, to the Department of Equal Treatment. So, as such, it means that from July of this year, I took over all the tasks, and as the Minister of Equality, I will be dealing with all areas of domestic violence prevention. We have taken on these tasks, and it's still the beginning of our road of building the competences and building the challenges that we have to put upon ourselves to build the system from the very beginning, or try to change the system in those areas that we see the necessity for it. And I am convinced that our state should put more effort, not only in combating domestic violence, but also in preventing it. That is, combating stereotypes, prejudice based on the stereotypical model of the role of men and women. The state should respond to domestic violence, taking into account that, according to the Istanbul Convention, domestic violence affects women more and is a manifestation of gender-based violence. This is one of the reasons we believe it was a good decision to transfer the competences to the Department of Equal Treatment. I see a deep sense in being entrusted with these tasks as preventing domestic violence and gender-based violence, because I know that ensuring actual equality is the key to preventing gender-based violence. We have started with the decision to put more financing into the governmental program for preventing domestic violence, and I can already tell you that for the next year budget, we have a 20% increase, but we have also gained new financing for this year's tasks that concern the centers that help, the crisis centers that help women who have the ability to access them in all areas of Poland. We have also been working for the past weeks on the risk assessment questionnaire for combating violence against children, for assessing whether child's life or health is endangered. And we have had a pilot program here in Warsaw. I will be present during this conference here today and tomorrow, but also there will be the director for the Equality Department, Ania Mazurczak, here during this conference. Ania, I would like you to stand up because I want to introduce you, but also because we count on good cooperation with you. I believe that this is a good meeting and a good conference where different players that have different function within this role of building this new system are present. And I wish you good conference, good discussion, and we look forward to talking to you, to looking for points that maybe we could find good cooperation with you. And I want to thank you very much for organizing this event. Thank you.
Thank you very much for your speech. I think that this opening part of our conference was the one that we all needed. Now we will go directly to the first panel. I will just let you know how each panel will look like. So we will start from a short introduction and presentation of different perspectives from our panelists. Each of them will have the chance to have approximate 5 minutes speech. Then we will have a moderated discussion, so we'll discuss further topics, some questions. After the moderated discussion, I will hopefully ask you for a question, you audience for a question, so our panelists could answer them. So the first panel, Safety of Children, Challenges Faced and Solutions to be Taken in the Changing World, different perspectives. I think that we all can agree that the world is changing really dynamically, so it is really worthy panel. The purpose of this panel is to present a different perspective of child safety, exchange of views on different strategies on protecting children, identification of problematic areas such as interpersonal violence between minors residing in rehabilitation establishments for juveniles. And the last one, encouraging the discussion on the role of different institutions in protecting children. Now let me introduce the panelists. Roberto Ola, Head of Human Dignity and Gender Equality Department. Please take your seat. Katarzyna Tomaszewska, Children's Ombudsman Office in Poland. Piotr Kłysz, Polish Ministry of Justice, Family and Juvenile Matters Department. Katarzyna Katana, Empowering Children Foundation, czyli Fundacja Dajemy Dzieciom Siłę in Poland. And the last one, Susana Mota, Commission for Citizenship and Gender Equality, Portugal. Yeah, good. We should sit really close because we have a lot of points to discuss. Welcome. How are your moods? Very good? Okay, so we can start. So we will start with a short introduction and giving the different perspectives. And I would like Roberto Ola to start. You need to put the microphone here up. Yeah. Thank you.
Thank you very much. I have a whole shopping list of things to do, but I'll try to compact them and maybe leave a little bit of space for the interaction later on. So I'll surf a little bit on the topics. Fighting violence against children has been a priority for the Council of Europe since 2008, and we have done so with exactly the same formula that I announced earlier, the three elements, standard setting, monitoring, and cooperation. But and I'll go through those elements a little bit later. The most important thing that is the basis for any discussion we have in the Council of Europe is the first priority of all, is that violence against children should be banned by law, full stop. That includes also the prohibiting corporal punishment. This goes beyond the crimes that are described, for instance, in the Lanzarote Convention. We're talking about violence as an instrument that is never appropriate for discipline. We've done this with different awareness-raising campaign, with different legal instruments that are non-binding, like recommendations. Out of the 46 countries, 34 have embraced this total ban of violence against children in the law. 12 countries have shades of gray where they do not yet consider prohibition or corporal punishment in their legislation. So this is where we are in Europe today. Another thing that we have noticed, before I speak about the Lanzarote Convention, is that the minister earlier was speaking about multidisciplinary and coordination between policies. And by doing this, services from the Minister of Justice, health services, education, and so on, we realized that there was a lack of effective reporting system of violence. We realized that the legal instruments for fighting violence were there, but the reporting was not efficient enough. And if there is no reporting, the violence remains unlifted, uncovered. Undiscovered, sorry. So that is another sector where we are working on the more efficient reporting system. You know the Lanzarote Convention well. You know that is based on the prevention, protection, prosecution, and coordinated policies. And you also know that the key of what we're doing is making sure that this convention is a living animal, somehow a living entity, through the monitoring system, meaning that our experts help governments taking into consideration what the situation is and how the principles and rules of the treaty can be better implemented. And this is an ongoing process. Ratification is not a one-shot shop. Reality changes, and therefore the monitoring system helps governments adapting the legislation to the new challenges that are emerging. And the recommendations that are made are tailor-made precisely for that purpose. Think of a topic that is complicated, and that is the elimination of the limitation periods for the sexual offenses. It is enshrined in any legal regime in Europe, the idea that a crime after a certain period of time cannot be actionable before the courts anymore. Now, when the crime is being committed against minors, waiting until the time in which they come of age and they are mature enough to understand what happened makes the elimination or the extension of the limitation period fundamental. And we're discussing about this as a topic that is particularly complex. Another topic that we are discussing and we are working on is age-appropriate comprehensive sexuality education. This is something that is not easy to talk about in all the 46 countries. Some governments have embraced sexuality education, for instance, in school. Some have completely ignored the issue. Recently, we have launched a study that I read last week that is still in my mind, is particularly shocking. In those countries where there is a lack of age-appropriate sexuality education, new generations, meaning children and youth, derive their sexuality education from pornography. pornography is accidentally accessible to children, but also in early puberty is searched for. They go into the website and look for it. And the portrayal of sexuality in those sites is pretty much distorted. It is representing inequalities between sexes at the maximum expansion, and the role of women is often degraded, and sexuality is mixed with violence and with very violent practices. So new generations are getting in touch with sexuality through these sites, and studies have made a connection between peer-to-peer sexual violence between children and the use and abuse of this porn material. It is an extremely complex topic, and there is no wrong and right, black and white. There are many shades of gray, but time has come for us to put our nose in it and discuss about it, and we're doing it. The last thing I wanted to say, because it was only 5 minutes, right? Is the work on Barnahus. The Barnahus model that was, as you know, put together essentially in Iceland and then exported and transplanted first in the Nordic countries and then through a different organization, including the Council of Europe and UNICEF, and of course the Norway grants are supporting it greatly in different countries. The Barnahus model is something that is keeping us busy a lot in the Council of Europe. We consider this, as the minister was saying earlier, the quintessentially multidisciplinary and it's a crossroad of different agencies and services. They get together to protect children that are probably victim of violence or have witnessed violence. And this has several functions. It helps protecting and start healing the experience that the child has gone through without re-victimization and re-traumatization, so avoiding to have to repeat the story over and over again, but at the same time making sure there is a child-friendly access to justice, so that the legal consequences for the offenders, for the perpetrators, are started at the same time as the healing process. We are doing this tailor-making projects with individual countries so that they embrace or improve the Barnahus model that they probably already partly have. And we do this often with DG Reform in the European Union. I stop here because otherwise I'll go through the whole catalog and there's no time for discussion. Thank you.
Thank you very much. That was the protection of children from violence from the perspective of Council of Europe's standard. And now we will go to the protection of children from the perspective of Children's Ombudsman standard. Katarzyna Tomaszewska, please.
Good morning. Thank you for the invitation. Thank you for having a chance to be here among such significant personalities. On behalf of Ombudsman for Children in Poland, Monika Horna-Cieślak, and on behalf of the staff who is supporting the office, I would like to emphasize the big responsible role of our office to continuously improve legal and institutional frameworks for the system to protect children, especially from violence. Violence against children is the key social problem that needs strong reaction of responsible institutions. In Poland, the problem with violence against children is huge. I would like to show you some statistics. I will support myself with a paper. Studies show that 66% of teenagers have experienced peer violence in their lives. 33% have experienced violence from close adults. 14% have witnessed domestic violence. 26% have been sexually abused without physical contact, and 8% with physical contact. As you see from the figures, it is a big problem, and many of our kids experience violence not only in the domestic environment but also in school environment. Needless to say, what negative impact the violence has on physical and mental health of our kids, but also on their social position in future. That is why the whole system needs to be tailored in response to our kids' needs. I would like to emphasize that our office has very broad perspective because a lot of cases we are dealing with, they are submitted by children themselves. They are showing us, pointing out the problems they are facing with. But also we have a lot of cases that are submitted by adults who points out the violations, the cases of violations of children's rights. But also we have a perspective from institutions, from actors who are the participants of the system. They are pointing out the gaps in the system just to deal with it. So we are uniting the whole perspective and we are trying to make conclusions. As you heard, in Poland, we are just after big amendments in the whole system that was introduced in 2023. I would like to underline these instruments who were introduced, which were the most significant from my point of view in our system. First of all, for me, it was a revolutionary change, but since the amendments, now we can treat children who observe, who are witness of domestic violence as victims. It wasn't so obvious earlier. Children observing were some kind of out of the procedure. Now it has changed. We treat such children as victims. Also, I would like to point out the significant change that the police has power to issue restraining orders that are immediately in force, and they prohibit perpetrators to contact with victims and to stay in the places where the perpetrator can meet the victim. I would also underline the significance on introducing the act which we called Kamilek Lex, as we heard the tragic story of Kamil. These changes aimed to seal the whole system, and from that changes I would like to underline two special brand new mechanism in Polish system. The first, the minister already mentioned, serious case reviews. It is there is a body that will be examine individual cases, tragic cases, to find out the gaps in the system and to find out the solutions, how to fill that gaps. The second mechanism that we put a lot of hope with is the document that need to be introduced in a wide range of institutions, wide range of entrepreneurs. It is called Standards of Protecting of Minors. These standards give some rules that are binding in the entity to be aware of situation and to help to reveal situations of violence, and gives a certain procedure how to react in case of revealing. It is very important document, and what is also important, and started in Poland national-wide discussion. What are the symptoms of violence, how we can reveal, and also workers of different entities gain awareness that they can help in that system, that they can help and have instruments to reveal it. For example, workers of hotels, workers of pharmacies. So it's very, very important instrument. It also helps build awareness that the violence can be everywhere. Also, we have to be conscious about internet. There gives danger for our children. As the amendments were introduced, now Poland is in the procedure of evaluating these instruments, the mechanism, and we will make conclusions. And this is the role of Ombudsman for Children, and our Ombudsman of Children, Monika Chodna-Cieślak, is devoted to that aim, to fulfill the gaps of the system. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Thank you for coming up with those two mechanisms, because indeed we started in Poland the discussion in places where our children spend their free time, and it is really value, and thank you for sharing the statistics. We will now proceed to the perspective of Polish law strategies and programs. Piotr Kłysz will present it in Poland, so just to remind you that translation into English is on channel 2.
Dziękuję bardzo za zaproszenie na konferencję. Jest mi miło, że będę dziecka. Ten system wyróżnia się kilkoma cechami. Pierwszą z nich, na którą chciałbym zwrócić uwagę, jest to, że nie posiadamy w Polsce jednej centralnej instytucji, ministerstwa czy też agencji, do której zadań należałaby ochrona dzieci. Przyjęliśmy taką zasadę, że każda instytucja, jeżeli ujawni w ramach swojej działalności fakt skrzywdzenia dziecka, podejmuje działania we własnym zakresie, a jeżeli potrzebuje pomocy innych instytucji, występuje właśnie do innych organów. W związku z tym mamy kilka instytucji, które zajmują się w ramach swoich kompetencji ochroną dzieci. Możemy tutaj wymienić instytucje sektora pomocy społecznej, pracowników socjalnych, pracowników sektora ochrony zdrowia. Są to osoby, które bardzo często w pierwszym momencie ujawniają fakt skrzywdzenia dzieci. Oczywiście bardzo istotną rolę w tym systemie spełnia również policja. Policjanci również podczas swojej pracy spotykają się z tymi faktami skrzywdzenia dzieci jako pierwsi. Nie możemy również pominąć sądów, których rolą jest oczywiście głównie funkcja orzecznicza i rozstrzyganie sporów, ale polskie sądy rodzinne podejmują działania z urzędu, jeżeli ujawni się fakt krzywdzenia dzieci. Bardzo ważną rolę pełnią również kuratorzy sądowi, którzy przeprowadzają wywiady dotyczące sytuacji dziecka i monitorują sytuację dziecka. Jeżeli chodzi o zadania związane z prawem karnym, to oczywiście prokuratura ma tutaj też do spełnienia swoją rolę w postaci wszczynania i prowadzenia postępowań karnych przeciwko osobom, które krzywdzą dzieci. Należy również wspomnieć o istotnej roli Rzecznika Praw Dziecka, którego reprezentuje pani Tomaszewska, a także placówek opiekuńczo-edukacyjnych, które mają za zadanie zapewnić dzieciom bezpieczną naukę i reagować na zjawiska przemocy. Bardzo ważną funkcję pełnią również w tym systemie ochrony dzieci, jeżeli chodzi o instytucje, organizacje pozarządowe, które opracowują poradniki, prowadzą telefony zaufania, telefony interwencyjne, placówki pomocowe, szkolenia,
centers, trainings, social campaigns. They provide material aid, psychological aid, legal aid to children that suffer from domestic violence or abuse. Another characteristic feature of the Polish system is that there is no single legal act or piece of legislation that would comprehensively cover these issues. The regulations pertaining to child protection are scattered. We do have a Domestic Violence Act of 2005. These do not regulate all these matters comprehensively, though. There is an act on domestic violence or on preventing domestic violence, and it lists the measures that can be used against the perpetrator of domestic violence, but then executive provisions are found in the Act on Police or on the Criminal Proceedings Code. Child protection is also referred to in the Polish Constitution that enshrines the value of protection to children, and anyone encountering child abuse or violence against a child is obligated to report regardless of their institutional affiliation or lack thereof. Let me also add a few words on the most recent activities we took for child protection. Madame Tomaszewska already mentioned the measures adopted because of the tragic case in Częstochowa involving Kamil. Lately, we've also appointed two consulting bodies affiliated with the Ministry of Justice. One is the Minors Protection Council, the other is Serious Case Review Council. We hope the latter is going to develop tangible solutions with the methodology based on the Serious Case Review utilized in the UK. We hope that team will help us fill the gaps in our system and, as a result, protect children more effectively. Let me finally mention the policies and strategies that we use also to the benefit of child protection. We've adopted the so-called governmental Domestic Abuse Prevention Program and National Plan of Protection Against Sexual Abuse Crimes. These have been adopted by individual ministries of our government, and they define the objectives and tasks for individual institutions also in the area of child protection. Finally, let me mention the high level of involvement of the local authorities in child protection. Representatives of local authorities participate in the efforts of teams working on the level of municipalities and up. These multidisciplinary teams have representatives from the police, the prosecutor's office, the social services, and they develop plans to assist families where domestic abuse or child abuse occurs. The local authorities also come up with their own programs, corrective and educational programs, or domestic violence prevention programs aimed at developing child protection systems that require fine-tuning and bridging the gaps. So this is a continuous monitoring process, evaluation, and improvement process. Improving the legislation, improving the functioning, improving the mechanisms. Thank you.
introduction is really important when we want to have successful and ready-to-use procedures. We heard about the really important role of non-governmental organizations, so it's time to hear the perspective of one, Katarzyna Katana, Empowering Children Foundation, Fundacja Dajemy Dzieciom Siłę, and we are also doing this perspective in Polish.
Thank you very much for the introduction. Thank you very much for willingness of the organizers to highlight our perspective as one of the oldest NGOs in Poland. But I will present my speech in Polish as a language of my heart, we can say. Tak jak wskazała
Just like Madam Minister Bluszcz said, and so did Katarzyna Domaszewska from the Children Ombudsman's Office and Piotr Kłysz from the Polish Ministry of Justice. The child protection system in Poland has evolved a lot over the past few years. We have discussed most of these changes already, so let me now step into the stereotypical role of an NGO representative and mention the gaps that still persist. From time to time, the media let us know about new forms of child abuse. We've just barely forgotten the cases of grooming by online influencers, and we've just heard a new story regarding the online work carried out by children at the request of their parents or caregivers. The discussion somehow revolves around the labor code, while the state and its institutions seem helpless. In case of dissemination of sexual abuse of children online, Brussels and other EU capitals have very slow legal processes ongoing, drafting a legislation that would hold the technology providers accountable or co-accountable for noticing and reporting these cases to the enforcement bodies. We are still discussing that as a draft, but no realistic implementation is yet to be seen. Now, closer to my legal practice, as I'm a legal advisor by profession, in spite of declarations that anyone below 18 years of age shall be treated as children, and this is a declaration right out of the Convention on the Laws of on the Rights of the Child. In Poland, we have defined the age of 15 as ensuring the protective mode of interviews for victims of serious crimes, including rape. If the victim is older than 15, even by a day, the child no longer is able to be interviewed in the safe mode, or can have the mode selected optionally by the judge. The legal system does not guarantee the children or their caregivers to receive interdisciplinary assistance at a single stop. The child assistance centers only exist in Poland thanks to the efforts of the foundation and its partners. What is even more, the foster care system is barely functional, and the decisions to place a child in a foster setting takes months to process, while children spend months hospitalized because they cannot be discharged home safely. Are the hospitals really the best foster carers for the children? Definitely not. We also don't have any data as to how the current crisis in the court system is affecting the children that may be re-victimized because they will be forced to testify again because their cases will have to be reconsidered. What we know for certain is that the court proceedings take way too long. As you can see, there is a long list of issues to be addressed, so a rational first step would be to guarantee that the child's voice and interest is always visible in any matter that affects that very child. We do have a child's representative legal institution in place, but not in any case. So it's high time to have any matter affecting the child to be coordinated by a single professional institution. We believe this is the right moment to appoint the Polish equivalent of child protection services. We believe these should function as a part of the social services. And as a country that initiated the development of the Convention on the Rights of the Child, we believe we can be bold enough to lay a new path to shaping child protection in a modern way. This happened partially because of the serious case analysis and the systemic solutions adopted so far, but in our mind, this is just the first step. Thank you so much.
Non-governmental organizations are really strong voice. It's not only the sentence, it's the true. Last perspective, a perspective of a synergy country, Zuzanna Mota.
So, good morning. My name is Susanna. First of all, I would like to thank the organizers for inviting us to Portugal and for giving us the opportunity to share some of what have been considered good practice of intervention in the problem of domestic violence. I would also like to apologize for my English, which is far from being one of my best skills. I will do my best, and I hope that you can understand me. I'm going to use my written notes. I'm sorry about that too, but it's easier for me to do it this way. I think, how can I change this? Help me. Thank you very much.
I hope I know. I don't know. Where do we direct it? Can someone help us?
Oh, sorry.
No, no worries, no worries. I'm always in the same situation.
Okay.
Okay?
Can we maybe ask the technical service to change the presentation?
Okay.
About Portugal.
Okay, cool. Okay, so the weather is very good. So I came from Commission for Citizenship and Gender Equality. It's the national state organization responsible for promoting and defending the fundamental principle of equality between women and men. It's a service of the state's direct administration. So here you can see our main areas of intervention and what we want to do to tell you. Since the 90s, in the previous century, Portugal has made significant efforts to prevent violence against women through the implementation of several measures. The access to physical, psychological, and law support for victims has also been a reality. A considerable investment has been made in the quantity and quality of the psychosocial support provided by public bodies and civil society through crisis centers, support centers, helplines, and shelters. One of the biggest and most impactful achievements was the creation of a national support network for victims of domestic violence, which consists of a set of services and responses aimed at supporting victims of this crime. Actually, this is currently our national intervention network, consisting of support centers, shelters, emergency shelters, and since 2021, our network has had another response, especially aimed at children and young people. This national network operates with public funding, including European funds. The support provided is free of charge, and the objective is to ensure balanced coverage of the national territory and population, covering all districts. Considering one of the objectives of this meeting and this panel, the sharing of promising practices, we will share with you some aspects related to these psychological support responses for children and young victims of domestic violence recently created in Portugal. So, every year in Portugal, thousands of children and young people are victims of domestic violence. More than 50% of the people in shelters are children and young people who accompany their mothers or carers. In 2019, around 32% of domestic violence incidents recorded by the security forces were witnessed by minors. Situations of domestic violence reported to the Commissions for the Protection of Children and Young People at Risk have been increasing every year. So, the existing indicators point to a worrying reality. Not recognizing the risk that domestic violence poses to children's development puts them at greater risk. If there is violence in a household, children are always victims. Breaking the cycle of domestic violence and psychological intervention must begin in childhood. These were also some of the principles that guide the creation of these responses. So, these responses were born in 2021 and operate with public money, part of which comes from European funds. In this moment, there are 33 highly specialized teams made up of 63 psychologists spread across the country. An extremely rigorous selection process was designed for the psychologists who would make up these teams. And for that, SIG established a partnership with the Portuguese Psychologists Association for selection, for training, for supervision, for production of professional tools. So, the objective is to promote and guarantee psychological and or psychotherapeutic care and follow-up for children and young people who are victims of domestic violence. We don't want to bore you with figures and statistics, but we do want to point out that every year the number of requests for support is on an upward trend. So, cause for satisfaction or for concern. What is undeniable is that the absence of these specific responses was a huge flaw in the child protection system and must never cease to exist. We would also like to give you some data on the majority of the family contexts from which these children and young people come, without, of course, implying that there are no other realities. These children come from disorganized families with little or no functioning, multi-problematic families with interparental conflict being a common denominator. Many of the adults responsible for these children or these young people have poor parenting skills, low emotional literacy, and little sense of commitment to their child's psychological counseling process, leading to many dropouts among this population. What we can say about the children and the young people? The professionals who accompany these children tell us that for the most part, they present low self-esteem, self-concept, poor emotional regulation, insecurity, various fears, post-traumatic stress disorder, anxiety, concentration problems, enuresis, encaprices, learning problems. Some of them also have self-harm behaviors, and there are situations in which suicide attempts are reported. Big challenge for the teams. What have been the biggest challenge for the technical teams? Reconcile schedules, school timetables, family availability, psychologist working hours, the collection of the consent for the intervention from both parents, loyalty conflicts felt by the child or young person that make intervention difficult, ensure decentralized service outside the big cities due to the small number of professionals per team, getting answers from the health system, child psychiatrists, for example, sensitize health professionals to refer and to report cases. So, in the future, what we want? We want to increase the number of professional teams to ensure full coverage of the entire national territory. We want to increase the number of professional teams in order to reduce situations of professional burnout. And we want to strengthen the training and supervision of these teams. And we want to implement an impact assessment study of this specialized response. So, to finish, I leave you with the wise words of the character Big Panda. And as Big Panda says, words are not adequate for all things. And something we strongly believe is that the psychological support responses has created a space and time for children to express their feelings and thoughts in different ways. So, and that's why we also believe that the message to pass on to everyone and for everyone is that asking for help is an act of courage, not weakness. So, obrigada, in Portuguese.
Thank you very much. So I will ask all panelists to come back on their seats so we can have some discussions. I was listening to all of your perspective really close, and I have some questions. I think I started with the sentence that the world is developing really fast. We have really all the research show that artificial intelligence is developing really fast, and the applications programs which are using artificial intelligence, using our voice, using our face, those are developing really fast. So also social media influence on children, on parents. And my thought is, how can we prepare us and the procedures and standards that we are trying to develop, we are trying to set, so they can be effective and, I don't know, maybe flexible to the challenges of the world? It's an open question, so if some of our panelists want to just share the response, please.
Very briefly. The challenges and problematic you mentioned are met by all the countries. And the new challenges are challenges that cannot be solved individually by each country alone. We were talking about grooming earlier, for instance. That's a perfect example of new practices that are developed through the information technology technologies. And a country alone cannot stop grooming within its boundaries, because technology goes well beyond its ability to prosecute illegal behaviors. The international organization can there offer an added value, meaning expertise and knowledge that can be concentrated in discussions in committees, for instance, the one the Council of Europe, European Union, UNICEF, and other international multilateral organizations, allow a collective intelligence to exchange problems, but also to exchange promising practices and sometimes best practices. The example of Portugal was a perfect example, there is no a perfect solution that fits all, but exchanging through, for instance, the Lanzarote Committee, as far as the sexual exploitation and sexual abuse of children. I'm thinking about Grevio for domestic violence and gender-based violence, are probably a step forward. And another element that I wanted to say, and then I'll let go of the microphone, is that the monitoring bodies, they work very closely with civil society. As you probably know, the recommendations that the monitoring mechanism make are based not only on the information the governments give us in response to our questions, but also to those that the civil society gives the monitoring body, because they are the one that are hands-on and they know the 360 degrees truth. So the recommendations made through the monitoring mechanism to the governments allow the evolving nature of legal text that, if taken as such, crystallize a situation once and for all, but reality goes fast. And the monitoring body, through the recommendation, allows the adaptation and interpretative tools that can maybe equip governments to better tackle emerging problems. So I think the beginning of the solution is there, and then the professionals that deal with it in each country translate it into practical terms and adapt it to the reality of each country.
I think I have more general conclusion that we are in dynamic world and it changes, and we will be facing new problems all the time in aspect of violence. And what is said, we have to be in emergency all the time. We have to monitor and be aware, not only as institutions, but also as a society. And it's the key answer of how we should combat with violence. Be aware, be in emergency.
Somebody else? Oh.
Yes, so I also have quite a general conclusion. We actually, as a society, have a tool in our own hands in our everyday life, because our main responsibility as adults is to make an environment for children, safe environment to disclose. Regardless where the abuse happens, it's very important to encourage them to seek help, as it was mentioned in case of Portugal. Sometimes seeking help is the bravest act what they can do. Also, I also would like to put emphasis on the responsible business conduct and need to involve technology providers in the process.
Okay, please.
Moim zdaniem są dwa takie ważne aspekty. Przeciwdziałanie przemocy domowej i współczesne technologie. Pierwsza kwestia to ciągłe, ustawiczne kampanie uświadamiające młodzieży, jaka jest różnica pomiędzy życiem realnym a rzeczywistością wirtualną.
Between real life and virtual reality, to make them aware that the internet never forgets. If you post something, it stays, it sticks. Although the producers of some applications guarantee that an intimate picture will only be stored for 1 hour or less. Another issue connected to modern technologies, in my opinion, is that we have a number of technical problems. How to browse, how to search, how to get rid of all the types of materials that are violence, that are a source of violence, like language, linguistic, verbal violence, but also deep fakes. Deep fakes are fake pictures with our faces in situations in which we would never would like others to see us. And another aspect I would like to highlight in terms of new technologies. There is a conflict between child protection online and the issue of privacy protection. This problem is very clear when you work on two documents mentioned today. I mean, the regulation CSM about countering mishandling of children online, but we also have work that started on a directive. And one of the main issues that appear in this context is the conflict between protecting privacy of internet users and the fight against violence aimed at children, also online. Thank you.
Okay, thank you very much. I'm thinking also, because I think that in case of protecting children, Poland has kind of strategic year because of the changes and the standard of protecting children, which was introduced in places that normally didn't have one. Can we share any hard details or maybe some statistics, or do you see the change after all the process were and the procedure were implemented in Poland?
Because as I am an attorney, I have also a perspective as a practitioner, and I see changes, really. For example, I was talking about restraining orders issuing by police. I can see that it is really working. They are issuing. The police do not hesitate. If the violence occurs, it is the appropriate restraining order is issued. It's temporarily, and it has to be continued by the court. But the first aid, the first protection period is guaranteed for victims. So yes, I can see it. But also, as I told already, we are still evaluating, especially the standards of protective of minors. We give a lot of hope that it will help to reveal and to respond to all problems with violence, these new problems with new technologies, because it gives our awareness that the problem can occur, that you have to react. It is addressed not only to adults, but also to the teenagers, to children, because children should know the standards, what is allowed, what is not allowed, and should also arise a discussion about different behaviors. So I think that these changes were revolutionary in our system. I can see that it is working. We are talking nationwide about the changes, and as we said, the discussion is very important and awareness of our society.
Okay, yes, please.
So,
you are
just
perfectly fine.
2 ideas.
Could you please talk to the
Oh,
microphone
yes.
so we can then translate it?
We must changing mindsets, okay? So, we need to focus and reinforce the investment on primary prevention programs. We want to tell you that in Portugal, with these responses of psychological support, in this moment, the dialogue between the judicial system and the psychologists are better. Okay, the judicial system want to listening these teams, and it is we are seeing that we are in a good way for that. It's very important. Okay.
So cooperation is really important and okay. Do you want also to say?
Jeżeli chodzi o wyzwania, zmiany, jakie powodują...
There are different challenges connected to the constantly changing world. I want to show the situation that we have in Poland after entering into force of all the new provisions of this act countering sexual violence. So we have implemented a new system, making the system more watertight for people working with children. We also have new standards to protect minors in institutions where children learn, where they go for their hobbies, etc. And we see that there are different reactions. Some bodies understand that this is necessary, but we have a number of institutions who approach this situation as though we were trying to limit their freedom and their rights, the rights of those institutions that host children. So from our perspective, we see that a lot of work is needed. We need to make them awareness. We need to launch new campaigns so that the system accepts the new solutions, so that those institutions who are supposed to enforce the law understand that it's not against them, it's not meant against them. For instance, against the hotels or other places where people spend their time. So we have a lot of education to do.
Okay, following what Mr. Quish said, I would argue that it's too early to assess last changes in the law. We won't provide you any numbers, but mass media now tend to say that the law won't change anything because Kamilek mentioned, but by Minister Rudzińska, wasn't a child who used to spend holidays in hotels so why we as hotels, for example, are obliged to introduce safeguarding practices. From our perspective, the biggest value of the change in the law right now is a switch of perspective. So the professionals are, at least some of them already are, some of they will, I hope, will feel responsible for the safety of every child with which they encounter with. So that's the biggest value, this change of perspective, this common feeling of responsibility among the society, that I'm not only responsible for my own child, but also other children with whom I'm dealing with in a professional matter.
Thank you very much. So we are reaching end of time of panel 1, but we are really welcome for maybe some question from our audience. If so, you can raise your hand. I don't see one, but I was pretty sure that panel 1 will be welcomed with silence. So I got one question in my, because we speak a lot of cooperation with discussion about discussions and sharing different perspectives. This conference is about how we can assure that the cooperation from different parties, from the institutions, from governmental organizations, from non-governmental organizations will be bonding, will be strengthened. National and international.
Myślę, że takie konferencje.
I believe that conferences just like today's one serve just that. Reinforce cooperation on an international level. Help us get to know one another, listen to a variety of observations on systems that function in our respective countries. And when talking about the national level, I believe that consultation meetings and exchange of opinions, also exchange of best practices, but first and foremost, exchange of feedback on the very moments or system features that don't function well enough. Meaning we don't only share best practices, but we also share the not so good practices in order to be able to further grow and reinforce the system.
No voice?
Yeah, I totally agree with this approach that the colleague just mentioned. Let me take an example. The Barnahus model that is promoted by the Council of Europe. The key for the success of the Barnahus model is that since it implies a revolution in the way you deal with violence against children and having one-stop shop to deal with it, meaning breaking traditions, customs, and habits in the way the issue has been tackled until now. So there is a resistance, and we heard about the resistance earlier in the application of the new law. The only way forward is that what the Barnahus model does is putting all the stakeholders around the table at the same time, so that each one of them can bring his or her own problems, worries, hesitations, and through discussion of the stakeholders and the common interest of finding a solution, that is the key for success. Something that we've noticed, and you were also referring to this in a way, is that looking at what other countries have done drives and motivates change and the full implementation of reforms. A part of the package that we bring in the Barnahus model through our partners, for instance, the Norway grants and so on, is to organize a study visit in other countries to see how the same problems in that country have been tackled. Of course, don't get me wrong, you cannot transplant solutions as they are. You have to work with your own reality. But looking at what has been done, it is motivating and is reassuring, and gives the chance to everybody to express his or her hesitation and to find common solutions.
Thank you very much. I think that this panel was really worthy. Thank you for my specialist, for your voice and for sharing your knowledge. I wrote some sentences to sum up this panel, and I think that we need to all break the cycle. We need to bring the awareness of society that everyone, absolutely everyone, can break the cycle, can say that what he or she observed during the domestic, under the domestic violence, the reporting is really important. So no domestic crime, no domestic violence stay undercover, and I think that this can be a summary of our panel. So as my last question, we're talking about creating bonds and cooperation. Now it's time for coffee break, so you can all create one, and maybe you have further questions to our panelists, so you can do so. And we will meet again on the second panel at 11 o'clock. Have a nice coffee. Ladies and gentlemen, so welcome after coffee break. I hope it was time for you to evaluate discussions about child protection. And now we are moving to the second panel. Okay. I'm really happy to see that everyone has a cup of coffee, and I'm pretty sure that we can now start the second panel. The second panel will be about economic violence. So we are moving from the children abuse, children violence to another very important topic, the economic violence, which I have a private opinion that we can still do really, we can do as a society, we can do more. Different forms and ways to deal with. The purpose of this panel is a presentation of different perspective on economic violence, exchange of views on different strategies on dealing with economic violence, and of course encouraging the discussion on economic violence. Just as in the first panel, we will start with giving the different perspective from our panelists. Then we will move to the moderated discussion. I hope that you will have some questions this time. Maybe coffee will bring some to the further discussion. And now let me introduce our panelists. So the Council of European Standards and Promising Practices on Economic Violence will be presented by Jenna Scherer-Demir and Kerstin Schinerl from Council of Europe. Welcome, ladies, and please join us on the panel. And my third panelist is already here, Solveig Bergman, Norwegian Center for Violence and Traumatic Stress Studies. So we are heading to the panel number 2. So, ladies, you have the microphones in front of you. You can use them to give your short introduction and present different perspective. And I would like to ask Jenna Scherer-Demir for the first presentation.
Thank you very much. Hello, everyone. I will also go to the podium, if that's okay. Good morning, everyone. Can you hear me? Yes? Okay, great. I'm excited to listen to this panel for the discussions today on the important aspects of combating violence against women. Before each panel, I'll provide you with some context. I will spend a bit of time outlining what are the standards according to the Istanbul Convention, and my colleague Kerstin will look at the monitoring by the Council of Europe and what we have determined to be promising practices in each of these areas. So first, we will discuss economic violence. Could I have the next slide, please? Okay, great. The Istanbul Convention, officially known as the Council of Europe Convention on Preventing and Combating Violence Against Women and Domestic Violence, addresses violence against women as a human rights violation. This includes recognition of gender-based violence against women as a form of structural discrimination of women and girls. Economic violence is included in the definition of domestic violence in Article 3b of the Istanbul Convention, which refers to acts of physical, sexual, psychological, or economic violence within the family or domestic unit, or between former or current spouses or partners, whether or not the perpetrator shares or has shared the same residence as the victim. This definition is broad and inclusive, covering various forms of domestic violence beyond physical attacks. Economic violence refers to controlling someone's access to financial resources or creating economic dependence as a form of violence. Although there's no explicit definition of economic violence in the Convention, it's generally understood to include acts such as controlling or limiting a partner's access to financial resources, such as wages, savings, or property, preventing someone from working or pursuing education, excluding a partner from financial decisions, exploiting someone's economic resources, or incurring debt in your partner's name. Article 20 talks about measures to ensure the economic independence of women, which would counter or prevent economic violence. The goal is to provide women with the tools they need to achieve financial stability and independence, which can be crucial in escaping domestic violence. The Istanbul Convention also requires parties to take measures to prevent all forms of violence, including economic violence, to provide support services to victims, to train professionals to recognize and respond to various forms of violence, including economic violence, to criminalize psychological violence, which can include aspects of economic violence, and to collect data on the prevalence of all forms of violence covered by the Convention. And next, I will ask my colleague Kirsten to continue.
Thank you, Jenna. I am actually going to stay seated, if that's all right with everyone. Good morning, welcome back. My name is Kerstin Schinnel. I work for the Violence Against Women Division at the Council of Europe, so complementing the work of our cooperation division. The Secretariat of the Istanbul Convention actually supports the experts, the monitoring body of the Istanbul Convention, in evaluating to what extent countries have implemented the standards of the Convention. So as a member of the Secretariat, it is my role to support the Grevio experts in their evaluations. So I am here today to share practices that have emerged from the Grevio evaluations. Maybe just some background. I'm sure most of you are very familiar with it, but Grevio has been doing a baseline evaluation which covers the whole convention, so the whole scope, all the articles. And last year, so very recently, Grevio actually started their first thematic evaluation, which focuses on selected articles of the convention and is centered around the theme of building trust of victims by delivering support, protection, and justice. So my role today is to share promising practices that have emerged from the evaluations, but in cases where there were no promising practices identified, I have added my own research, so I can share some practices at least. So yes, this is the right slide already. So as my colleague has mentioned, it is a requirement of the Istanbul Convention that economic violence be recognized as one of the forms of domestic violence, and that should be reflected in national legislation. In many countries, this is not the case, and now I'm actually going to give you an example based on my own research, because Grevio hasn't published their report on the UK yet. But it is very well known that in the UK, the Domestic Abuse Act of 2021 now includes a definition of domestic violence that also refers to economic abuse, defining it as behavior that has a substantial adverse effect on individuals' ability to acquire, use, or maintain money or other property, or to obtain goods or services. So for now, this is one good practice example from a national legislation that does include economic violence in the definition of domestic violence. But of course, there's wider implications of economic violence because it's intrinsically linked to gender inequality. Because, so Grevio is always emphasizing the importance of considering financial aspects as both a form of violence and as a factor in freeing oneself from an abusive relationship. So investing in economic empowerment can, of course, help women and girls to free themselves from abusive situations. One positive example I can give in this regard is from Austria, limited to the city of Vienna, actually, where state-owned apartments are reserved for rent by women victims of violence and also by homeless women. And this is actually also fast-tracked by the competent authorities. So if a woman victim of violence applies for renting a state-owned apartment, which is, by the way, also rent-controlled, so much cheaper than apartments on the private market, then this procedure, this application is also fast-tracked by is from Spain, where the overall service provision envisaged by the relevant law includes longer-term economic empowerment measures. So it's not just supporting the victims by psychosocial and legal support, but it also includes economic measures, and they're longer-term. And this also applies to migrant women, so it's not dependent on migration status. This is all I have to share for now. I think my time is also up. So I will pass on.
Thank you. Now, perspective of Norwegian standard, Solveig Bergman.
Yes, hello. I'm Solveig. I come from a research center, the Norwegian Center on Violence and Traumatic Stress Studies. And we are an independent research center, but we work in close cooperation with several important ministries, including the Ministry of Justice, that is part also here, and also the Health Ministry, Ministry of Children and Families, as well as the Directorate of Health. I think I mentioned the most important cooperation partners. But I want to emphasize that we are researchers. We do independent research. So I cannot present an official perspective of the Norwegian state. I don't know if anybody can do that, but I hope I can contribute to a discussion that will lead also to more discussion and help for victims of economic violence in Norway. Because this is an issue that actually is not so much known, discussed, although economic violence obviously is very common also in the Nordic region. However, for example, when we look at research and data, we still are at the beginning. I will come back to this. I will mainly focus on economic violence in intimate relationships, close relationships between partners. But we have to remember that when we talk about domestic violence in broader terms, also economic violence occurs in other relationships within the family or the extended family, like adult children being perpetrators towards elderly, fragile parents, for example. That is also a very common form that we unfortunately do not have so much data on yet. But when we look at intimate partner violence, taking many different forms like physical, sexual, psychological, these are the three most common ones. There we have already since decades of research and other forms of knowledge. We have policy making. We also have come quite far as to the awareness, the public awareness of these issues. But when it comes to economic violence, as I already mentioned, it has received much less both scholarly and political attention during recent decades. And that is something we should discuss. Why is it so, and what can we do? Now, my colleagues already gave a good definition of economic violence. And basically, I mean, money and economic resources is an extremely efficient, effective way of controlling another person, to exercise power, to manipulate, if one wants to do that, another person. And not least because such forms of violence are always also related to shame. Firstly, one seldom in our culture, in the European culture, speaks about money and income and property. That's a kind of taboo issue to talk about that. And secondly, all forms of violence relate to shame. So when you combine this, it can also perhaps give an explanation to why we know so little about economic violence. But we know something. And as in other forms of intimate partner violence, it's women in relationships that seem to be disproportionately affected also by this form of violence. About 10 years ago, the European Union, or the Fundamental Rights Agency, which is an agency under the EU, carried out an EU-wide survey on violence against women. Norway is not part of the European Union, but the other Nordic countries, the results from the other Nordic countries showed very similar patterns than we have in Norway. In this study, they also asked about economic violence, and the results show that an average in the EU countries in those days, the average of 12% of women in the EU had experienced economic violence or abuse by a partner in a romantic or intimate, or what you want to call it, relationship. That was lifetime prevalence, at least once during women's life. We might also suspect that there is a certain amount of underreporting because this form of violence is so little known. It's easier to report about physical violence, perhaps even today about sexual violence. It's less taboo today than 10 years ago. But economic violence, we still lack definitions that we all agree upon, for example. But this is 10 years ago. We have not, at least as far as I know, so much more data, evidence, figures, statistics about how women and men report and experience this form of violence. And this is also the case for Norway and the other Nordic countries, although we otherwise are quite good at carrying out regular surveys, statistically representative nationwide surveys on domestic violence, gender-based violence. And this we just have also to take self-criticism of. So my dear colleagues from Ministry of Justice, when hopefully you as funders and the research center I come from, next time plan the survey on domestic violence. We just 2 years ago did the previous one. We have to remember to include economic violence. I checked with my colleagues at the center and it was not part of the previous one that we did 2 years ago. So shame on us, but we will improve this in future. However, we have at our center another prevalence study about the elderly. It's already some years old, but elderly people, 65 plus until, was it 80 we had as upper limit, amongst them, economic violence was reported to quite some extent. I can't remember the actual figure, but after physical and psychological violence, it was amongst the top 3 that was mentioned by the elderly when asked about it. And we also know about the crisis centers, the shelters, register regularly when women and also men come with their children or alone to shelter to seek accommodation. Then also they are asked about what form of violence they have experienced. And I have a colleague of mine here in the audience from one of the shelters. She might be able to say details. But as far as I know, economic violence is also registered. So we have some data that we could use for further research. What we also know is that it's not only gender that we have to look at when we analyze economic violence. It is also issues like poverty, low income, belonging to marginalized, disadvantaged groups in society, and such a background also make it more difficult for victims to achieve economic independence, and that way being able to leave an abusive partner if needed. So this is a part of gender equality, equality in economic terms, equality between men and women, in order to prevent and tackle and hamper economic violence. We need to have more economic independence, obviously. But not only related to gender, but also ethnicity, socioeconomic status, disability, and not least migration, immigration status. Let's see now. I don't know how many minutes I have. Yeah, some more minutes, okay. So now economic vulnerability is a major risk factor, as I said, for economic violence. And that's why if we want to protect victims and potential victims against this form of violence, it is economic empowerment and independence which are the key terms here. And better gender equality policies we need that relate to economic equality between the sexes, the genders, as I already said. And this might perhaps give us some hint to, firstly, why the Nordic countries, Norway and the other Nordic countries, have not yet started to discuss this form of violence so much as we should. Perhaps we think that because we are renowned for our high level of gender equality, we have our women-friendly welfare states, at least we thought so some time ago. We have, I would still say, comparatively speaking, high-quality universal social and health services. We have good social safety nets. So perhaps in one way such welfare states may improve women's abilities also to prevent them from being victims of economic violence because of the strong ties they have to the labor market. So it might be true in one sense. On the other hand, we should not think that this means that we do not have problems with economic violence in our societies, because not everybody has this social and economic privileged position that I just listed here. We also know that there is a Nordic paradox. The concept is often used by looking at, firstly, the high levels of gender equality in the Nordic countries, but on the other hand, the high levels of domestic violence and gender-related violence affecting women. So how should we explain this paradox? And might this kind of paradox also mean that we have to look closer into economic violence as well? Istanbul Convention, it is very good, as our colleagues here also related to, that economic violence is explicitly a part of the Istanbul Convention when it deals with violence against women and domestic violence. Istanbul Convention also clearly says that we need more data and research-based knowledge about also this form of economic violence. So this again means that we, both in Norway and other countries, have to include this dimension in our future research. National legislation, as we already heard, there is quite a lot probably to do. I'm not a legal expert. However, I think that the problem when it comes to economic violence, as well as, for example, psychological violence, is the evidence. So although you would have good legislation that you could refer to, but really to find evidence that gives proof to who is the victim and who has suffered can be complicated. The legal framework in Norway, the penal code, takes account of all forms of violence in close relations, including psychological violence, and this paragraph can also be used for cases of economic violence in partner relationships or domestic violence, domestic relationships. But legislation is never enough. I come to the end now. So what we do need is more knowledge. And knowledge, as a researcher, I always point out, it has to be based on empirical research and knowledge about economic violence. We need better definitions of this form of violence. We need operationalizations of this form of violence. We need this also so that professionals would become better to recognize and help the victims. And above all, we need more understanding of this phenomenon so that victims themselves can identify the signs and search for help. Thank you.
Thank you very much. That was a really interesting perspective. And it brings to me some questions because we said that economic violence is hard to be discovered, and even if a victim is saying directly that that there is economic violence in their life, I guess that large group of society doesn't consider economic violence as a kind of domestic violence. And what are the biggest challenges in protecting those victims? Because it could be a great difficult if the society or government won't change their beliefs.
Does it work now? Yeah. I'll start. That was a very interesting speech. That was very interesting to hear. Thank you so much for that. And it also would be very interesting to hear what other countries' experiences are on this as well. I think that that some of this was already addressed, but just to reiterate, it's very important that there's the legal and policy frameworks in place. This is something which is very, very important, but of course that's not the end. We need to really work on prevention. Prevention is really our first step, which means awareness-raising campaigns, which means raising public awareness. This is, it is vital because it is not necessarily immediately seen as a form of domestic violence, even though it's very clearly shown within the Istanbul Convention to be an aspect of domestic violence as well. It's prepared also to ask the right questions and to provide the right support for victims of economic violence. Gender equality measures are very important. Of course, we know that this is the root cause for violence against women, and economic independence, of course, goes hand in hand with that as well. So these were mentioned before, but just to reiterate, all of these aspects are very important.
Yes, I think you summarized it in a very, very good way. Also, one form of economic violence that I didn't mention or we didn't mention before, which we have very little knowledge about, is post-separation economic abuse. What happens after a relationship breaks or ends does not mean that violence as such would end, and especially not economic violence. That can continue and might also affect the children in the long run. So an ex-partner may also have good opportunities to continue to control and perpetrate economic violence even after a divorce. And that has to do with refusing to pay child support or not agreeing to financial settlements about joint property, making threats in general. It can be forms of economic stalking, quite severe forms of abuse that can continue. And this is something we do not discuss enough, I think. I know that in another Nordic country, which happens to be the country I originally come from, Finland, the crisis centers and shelters have recently started a nationwide campaign about economic abuse, because those who work in shelters, they say that often the women who come to the shelters do not mention economic violence as the first thing when they talk about what they have experienced, but it comes after they have talked about other forms of violence, because economic violence is often a part of other psychological or sexual or physical abuse. But after a while, they start also talking about such things. And it's not only the women from, let's say, marginalized or poorer groups, migrant women, but also from the ethnic majority population who have experienced economic violence. But so in Finland, they now have this campaign where all shelters participate, how to raise awareness about this and what to do and how to help those victims, because there you have to have quite a good knowledge about legislation, about housing, what happens afterwards, and legal advice, etc. So that's also something we could think about in Norway, perhaps.
Yeah, maybe just to add that I think what is really at the root of the lack of implementation of the Istanbul Convention in relation to economic violence is that economic violence is missing from the definition of domestic violence. Of course, legislative changes are always only the first step, but if that happens and then accompanying measures are taken to make all relevant stakeholders aware that this is a form of domestic violence, then that should trigger the application of all the standards of the Istanbul Convention also to economic violence. So we're talking about all the prevention standards, protection, of course, prosecution to a certain extent, because there's no obligation to criminalize economic violence, but if it amounts to psychological violence, then there's also that obligation. And integrated policies, definitely, because especially in this area, it would be extremely relevant that general support organizations are aware of economic violence and have measures that they can take and programs, support projects that they can offer to victims that turn to them. So I'm talking about labor market services, housing programs, etc.
Thank you. Yes, those programs which are offered for victims are really helpful. But can we now speak about the impact on the which economic violence takes on victims? What are the long-term effects? Do those victims go back to their life in a very short time, or they need some psychological help or other help?
Yes, obviously the impact of this form of domestic violence or gender-based violence is in many ways the same as with other forms. I mean, it is both physical and the physical health, psychological health, it affects life quality and so on. But in addition, it can also, it does also have an impact on the economic security of the woman or the victim, and not least also the children, which has very long-term and very severe effects. Because one form of economic violence is also to prevent a partner's professional development or work employment possibilities. I mean, we think that such things do not happen in our countries, in civilized Europe, but I think they do. You can in many ways prevent your partner's professional future without necessarily even the partner understanding that this is what it is all about. It's about control and manipulation and not about love and being together in a romantic relationships. So it has very profound long-term effects which can be devastating for a person and a person's children.
Okay, thank you. So now I would like to encourage maybe some question from the audience. If there is one, you can raise your hand and we will provide. Okay, is it possible to?
Because you said that there is no obligation to criminalize economic violence, but it is recommended. Because why this question? Because we are talking a lot about victims, how to support them, but we are not talking about perpetrator. And we should also take some measures against him. So that's the question.
I mean, I can only say that Grevio hasn't recommended it. Grevio hasn't made any findings on that because it's already not in the convention as an obligation. So Grevio cannot go beyond that. But maybe my colleague wants to add something from the Norwegian perspective.
Well, I don't know Norwegian perspective, but I mean, we do need legislation, and we do need legislation both on economic violence in general, and most countries have those issues already organized because economic abuse outside domestic relationships is very common and is becoming more common. Thinking about theft of identity and using digital technology and property theft and property things that impact other people's property. I mean, such legislation we have. We do not have so much legislation on domestic violence and economic violence being part of that explicitly. But we do, what we have in Norway, for example, can be used in cases of economic violence in a partner relationship. But then we come to the very difficult question here, as always, when it deals with violence, how the evidence, how to prove it, how to really get the perpetrator not only aware, but also acknowledge and take responsibility of his or sometimes her acts. And there we have a long way to go. So we have to walk parallel with the criminal, with legislation and punishment and that part of society, and the prevention and awareness raising that affects all of us, both as general public researchers and professionals working with these issues.
Just to add a quick comment here as well. Psychological violence, we should remember that psychological violence is something which is required for us to address. And economic violence has real aspects of psychological violence as well. So that's something that we should keep in mind. It's not only psychological violence, but that is one area where we really could look at how it is, where it is that we have requirements. Full disclosure, the Council of Europe and the work that we're doing on violence against women, we have not really focused all that much on economic violence. We are also in the process of really trying to develop ourselves ways forward to be able to address this issue. For that reason, that's why I mentioned it would be really nice to hear also from you about what is happening in your countries. From our perspective, you are Council of Europe. I mean, we're made up of all of the members who are all of you in this room. So it's important for us also to hear from you as well, so that it can also give us some information about how we might also go forward with suggestions for changes.
Thank you very much, and would you like to add something? No? Okay. I'm really happy that because we have the second question, so the second panel is, as you see after a coffee break, it brings a question. Please.
It's not really a question, but more a remark, because I'm from Norway. I'm not representing Spain, but I know about a very interesting measure in Spain that is to put together women that are subjected to violence together with companies that want to increase the women's chances of having employment. And Norway have worked together with Spain in the EA and Norway grants before, and we have tried in some municipalities in Norway as well, because, and that's what I wanted to ask the panel about, because many women go back to the perpetrator, maybe also because of economics. So I think we call the project Into Work, Out of Violence, something like that. And it was a foundation called Integra in Spain that still are doing it. And I encourage you to look at that interesting practice. But also referring to the Norwegian ambassador in the first panel, that when you are hurt by somebody you love and you also are economic dependent on this person, it's very hard to leave, I suppose.
Absolutely. I mean, it's the economic part of it, and then not least housing. And in a country like Norway, for example, where we know that the housing market is, I mean, to find a social housing, accommodation, cheap rents, especially in big cities, for people who are vulnerable economically, and many victims of domestic violence are that, can be really, really hard. And that's why it is often a risk that you then go back to the perpetrator if you don't have anything else to do. So there's quite a lot to do there, which also relates to the issue of economic violence and how to prevent and help the victims. So thank you for the comment.
Would you like also to? Okay. Are there any questions? Okay, please.
Thank you. I'm Freja Ylvästad-Kärki from the Norwegian Director of Health Donor Program Partner in Slovakia and Estonia in this program. And I would like to draw your attention to a particularly vulnerable group when it comes to economic violence, and it is the elderly, and preferably the elderly mothers who are subjected to economic violence by their grown-up children. And I suppose there is very little research on this topic, and I'm sure you, Solveig, can say something about it. But when we think about the psychological violence, which is always present when there are the other forms of violence, then in this case, when there are very strong emotional bonds between the child and the mother whole life, then I think this is the problem, especially in the times of economic hardship, which we are facing now. So please do say some words about that.
Thank you, Freja. And actually, this was something I forgot to say in my first introduction, so good that you brought it up. At our center, we have a researcher who is specialized on abuse against the elderly, and I had a chat with her, and I said that, do you know about, is there research or other forms of projects about the elderly in Norway and economic abuse? And she said, no, but we absolutely should look into that, because her colleagues who work at the municipalities in a new pilot project that helps especially elderly and other vulnerable groups, people with disabilities, chronic diseases, psychological severe problems, etc. They have a special group, a network around the country now, Trygg Est it's called, and there they have alarming reports saying that today in Norway, when we have more economic hardship than for many years, affecting also many elderly people and families, there are signs of increasing economic abuse. I mean, there's not documentation, no empirical facts yet, but something that the people working in municipalities say, that we have to, this is an alarm clock, we have to look into this. So this is also important to work upon.
Thank you very much. I see one question, please.
Może nie do końca pytanie, ale rzeczywiście poruszyliśmy tutaj wiele różnych form.
But a remark.
Może pan chwilkę poczekać, panie sobie tutaj założą tłumaczenie.
Let us just give a minute for our panelists to use the interpretation. During the presentation, you mentioned different types of violence, economic violence towards the elderly, towards your partner in an intimate relation. And I'm happy to hear it, but in my opinion, all those activities that we undertake will, at the end of the day, lead to penalization, sanctions for those actions. The first task at hand is to define it very precisely, because the criminal code must have a definition of a crime and then specify a sanction. So we need to express our charges, we need to have a definition. There are some mechanisms meant at, for instance, mitigating this violence. During a divorce, usually judges see it. They see the difference in the financial status of both spouses, something you mentioned. When in theory the spouses make a decision, one will stay at home, the other will earn money. But the money is then regulated by one of them, and when a divorce happens, it turns out that the woman is destitute, is left without money, without the right to education, to employment, and then it becomes visible. The civil law mechanisms in Poland are allow those women to get alimony that is supposed to equalize the level. But undoubtedly, this is not enough. So we should stress once again that the process, that this type of violence, economic violence, is not only an episode. If we speak of a marriage, of a partnership, it takes years and it lasts for years. You can get divorced after decades, and a person that is devoid of any possibility of development of a career will have a real problem entering the labor market, going into education, ensuring the basic needs they have to simply exist, to live. I mean, we want to introduce sanctions, because without sanctions, the perpetrators will simply feel free to carry on. So we need to work on this. We need first to work out a definition so that it can be penalized.
Okay, dear ladies, who would like to respond?
Thank you for this intervention. So, as mentioned, the convention doesn't create an obligation to penalize economic violence as a standalone crime. And I, of course, agree that on the national level, you need to have clear definitions. If on the country level it is decided to introduce a standalone crime or to have it as part of psychological violence, then, of course, in both cases, it needs to be clearly defined. I think what we have to keep in mind is that financial aspects will play a role in a lot of cases of abusive relationships, even if no economic violence per se has happened in the relationship. And I'm referring to cases that you also mentioned, where it was an agreement that one person would stay at home while the other person goes to work and earns all the money, and that was just how it was arranged. There was no control or coercion to do that. But of course, it also doesn't come out of nowhere. It's not just one individual case where two equal parties negotiated that, but it's set in a context of unequal gender relations in society in general, and also stereotyped expectations of what men's and women's roles are, and who is responsible for child rearing and who is in practice in charge of all of the unpaid care work and household work. So it has much wider implications than just criminalizing the economic violence, but also to tackle this societal issue of a gender pay gap, of stereotyped expectations of which jobs are for men, which jobs are for women, and so on. So I would say it goes way beyond criminalizing economic violence itself.
Okay, thank you for your question. We have last one, I guess, in our discussion. Please.
Okay, thank you very much. My name is Anna Smedra. I'm forensic pathologist. I think it will be something to sum up, maybe. Of course, from my point of view, I usually meet with physical and sexual violence, but also psychological and economic one. Because in Poland, I have to explain, forensic pathologists deal both with clinical forensic medicine and also with cadavers. So I examine living people and cadavers. And when I examine living people, usually victims say that they meet with sexual or physical violence, but they add, when I ask more and more questions, that also psychological one, different types like gaslighting or something else, and economic. And economic is the main reason why they don't end their relationship, because they are afraid what will be in the future, yes? And from my point of view, for many years I made, the most important thing is education. Punishment is, of course, important, but education, and once more education. For many years, I made trainings for different people, for nurses, teachers, social workers, prosecutors, police officers, to recognize physical kind of violence, physical trauma, but I believe that also education about economic one is important. And one more thing, because I think we won't break the circle of violence without education of the children. Because why people became perpetrators? Because in their homes, at homes, they cannot learn how to deal with difficult emotions, stress, anger. They see that their parents, grandparents react to difficult situations with violence, and they learn to do that in their adult life. And I believe that education of the children and teenagers, how to deal with stress, with difficult emotions, would be very beneficial. And also of possible victims, how to build self-esteem and strength to leave the perpetrator. So education of the children, how to deal with your anger, because this is the most, the source of our problem, physical, economic, and other. So I think this is important thing. Thank you.
Thank you very much. I have a really good partner in moderating and summing the panels, right? Ladies, would you like to add something to this? Excellent summary, right? We just, thank you very much. We just released ourselves on the panel, on the second panel with a great summary. So prevention needs education. We also need to support victims by evaluating different programs that will be helpful and supportive for them. And I think that also raising the awareness of society that economic violence is just like other violences, and the victims needs our support and our attention. Thank you very much for a wonderful discussion. Thank you for my precious audience. I hope that after lunch we will keep the tendency of questions. We see, yes, please, yeah. So we see ourselves on the panel number 3 after lunch break, which will be 1:30. So hopefully you will join us on this third panel. Thank you. Ladies and gentlemen, so welcome after lunch break. I hope you are eager to participate in the third panel, and I hope and we are welcome to share our knowledge, our experiences, but also to answer your questions. But we are also happy if you will have the will to share your thoughts or good practices. So let's keep our discussion open, and we hope to have a good conversation. So we start third panel, measures to protect and support victims of violence, how different countries deal with protection of victims using the procedures in place, and what else can be done. This is the title of our third panel, and the purpose of it is presentation of a different perspective on the most effective measures of immediate response to protect the victims of domestic violence. Exchange of views on different strategies and practical application of measures. And the third one, encouraging the discussion on what needs to be done to make the system and justice chain cooperation more effective in dealing with the instance of domestic violence. Those are our three purposes, and I am happy to welcome our panelists. We have full seats completed, so welcome Jenna Scharer-Demir and Kerstin Schinerl from Council of Europe, Jane Dulum, Oslo Metropolitan University, Monika Szczepanowska, Polish Ministry of Justice, Family and Juvenile Matters Department, and Joanna Gzyra-Iskandar, Feminoteka Foundation from Poland, and Mona Lisa Kirsten and Carmen Niculescu from National Agency of Equality Between Women and Men in Romania. So now we will start our panel. Of course, we will start from short introduction and giving the different perspective on our subject. Then we will have the moderated discussion, and we are happy to welcome some questions at the end of our panel. We will start from the Council of Europe's standard and promising practices on emergency barring orders and restraining protection orders, and promising practices shared by Jenna and Kerstin.
Hello, everyone. Hope you had a nice lunch. So the Istanbul Convention includes several standards which are specifically aimed at the protection of victims, including measures for immediate response and justice chain cooperation. Could we actually have the PowerPoint presentation on slide 6, please? In this panel, we've been asked to speak about some key measures, which I'll talk about today. I'll continue while we're waiting. First, emergency barring orders. So emergency barring orders are for immediate and short-term protection. Article 52 of the convention requires one previous slide, please. It's not working with this. Okay, we don't need the presentation. Article 52 of the Istanbul Convention requires that parties ensure authorities can issue emergency barring orders to remove perpetrators from the residence of the victim and prohibit them from entering the victim's residence or contacting them. Restraining and protection orders provide longer-term protection, although they too can be issued in urgent situations of imminent danger. Article 53 requires parties to ensure that victims have access to restraining or protection orders. These orders must be available for immediate protection and without undue financial or administrative burdens. In addition to emergency barring orders, the Convention includes other provisions for immediate response, including access to specialist support services, including shelters and helplines, including support for victims of sexual violence, which are Articles 20 to 25. Article 50 emphasizes the need for prompt and appropriate responses from law enforcement agencies to offer protection and support to victims. This includes ensuring that law enforcement agencies respond promptly to calls for assistance and manage dangerous situations effectively. The Convention also emphasizes the importance of cooperation between various agencies involved in protecting and supporting victims, including the judiciary, public prosecutors, law enforcement agencies, local and regional authorities, and NGOs. These measures are designed to provide immediate protection and support to victims, ensuring their safety and well-being, while also facilitating cooperation across the justice chain to effectively address and prevent violence against women and domestic violence. A final important aspect is victim-centered risk assessments, which we will discuss in more depth tomorrow. Thank you.
Okay, so I will take over from here, talking about promising practices in relation to emergency barring orders and also restraining orders. If we could go to the next slide, please. Great. So in terms of both emergency barring orders and restraining orders, a positive practice example is the model that exists in Austria. Actually, Austria was the first country to introduce emergency barring orders that are issued by the police immediately, and that was done in 1997 already. And Grevio has also recognized Austria's leading role in that regard, in the baseline evaluation, and again now in the thematic evaluation, because Austria is one of the 2 countries that has already gone through the second cycle of evaluations and where there is a published thematic report. So talking a bit about how the system works in Austria, the police have the power to, well, respond to an emergency call, of course, and then enter the apartment or other residence of the person who called the police. And in addition to potentially opening a criminal investigation, they can also issue an emergency barring order immediately. And that is a 2-week span. That means that the perpetrator cannot return to the residence of the victim, even if that is his residence too. So ownership of the apartment or house doesn't matter. And also, for the same duration of 2 weeks, the perpetrator cannot approach the victim to, like, up to a radius of 100 meters. So it's both concerning a particular dwelling, but also the safe zone is basically moving with the victim. Within those 2 weeks, the victims have the opportunity to apply for a longer measure, which is the restraining order. For that, they have to address a civil law court. But by filing the application, the initial emergency barring order is already extended to 4 weeks. And that is intended to ensure there is no gap between the emergency barring order and then the longer term protection. Within the total of 4 weeks, the court will then decide. So by the time the emergency barring order has expired, there should be, and normally really is, a decision by the civil court that in many cases extends the protection. The restraining order will then be valid for up to 1 year, half a year in relation to the apartment, but up to 1 year in relation to the contact ban. Another thing that is probably relevant for you to know is that the police are called upon to issue a barring order to prevent a serious attack on life, limb, or freedom of the victim. But in order to be able to issue that, they do not need to have evidence of such an attack having already occurred in the past. So there doesn't need to be a physical attack preceding the issuance of a barring order. It's enough that lower level attacks have happened already, but on the basis of what has happened, if the police arrives at the conclusion that a serious attack on life, limb, or freedom is imminent, then they can order a barring order. But that means there might be emergency barring orders even in situations where the incident that has already happened does not amount to a criminal offense. So there can be barring orders without a criminal charge being filed. And if we go to the next slide, I will just quickly speak about recurring challenges that Grevio has identified across all of their evaluation reports. So one of them is that emergency barring orders are not consistently issued ex officio, meaning that in a lot of countries, the police or whoever is in charge of issuing these barring orders rely more on the perpetrator's behavior. So for example, if the perpetrator offers to leave voluntarily, that would be prioritized and no barring order would be issued. And also if the victim prefers to go to a shelter, then the entity in charge of the barring orders would not issue one. But the convention actually requires barring orders to be available ex officio, irrespective of the behavior or choices of the perpetrator and victim. Another recurring challenge is that the evidentiary threshold is very high, so victims have to prove a lot of things in order to reach the threshold of a barring order. That's also why I mentioned that in Austria the threshold is relatively low if the police arrives at the conclusion that an attack might be imminent. And also, barring orders are not always available immediately. So even in Spain, where there's a specialized court which is working around the clock, it might still take up to 72 hours to actually have the barring order. Another problem is that a lot of legal frameworks allow an exception from the emergency barring order to facilitate contact with the children. So there might be an EBO in relation to the mother, but then the no contact order has to be breached to hand over the children because the perpetrator has a right to see his children, and that in some legislations overrules the emergency barring order. Many countries also have a gap in protection between the emergency barring order and the restraining order. So yeah, there would be a gap where there's no protection in between. Many legislations make restraining orders dependent on other proceedings, for example, initiating criminal proceedings, which actually is also against the convention because they have to be available irrespective of other proceedings. And my last point, I hope I'm not too fast for the interpreters. Restraining orders are often only available for domestic violence, but the convention requires restraining orders to be available for all types of violence covered by the Istanbul Convention, unlike emergency barring orders, where the minimum requirement of the convention is that they're available for domestic violence. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Now it's time for the Norwegian standards regarding emergency barrings. Jane Dulum, please.
Thank you. Thank you for the invitation. As Solveig Bergman in the last panel, I'm also a researcher. And in Norway, for the last 10 years, we have had a huge research program on domestic violence financed by the Ministry of Justice. And I'm one of the researchers in that program. I'm a criminologist, and I have been doing some evaluations, among other things, on the Norwegian protection system. So I will give you a few results from these evaluations and tell you also about some problems with the system we have in Norway. I'm going to talk about, I call it the Norwegian protection system while I'm talking now, but first I would like to say that the shelters we have in Norway, I think they are some of the most important protection measures in Norway. So I'm not going to talk about the shelters today, but This is not because I have forgotten the shelters or anything. They are really, really important for protection of victims of domestic violence in Norway. But I will tell you about 4 measures that are issued by the police or the prosecuting authority or the courts. And one of the measures is what we call mobile assault alarms for victims. And then it's the victim, she carries an electronic alarm. And if she is threatened by the abuser, she can push the alarm button. And then the alarm is received at the operational central in the police, and the police will decide how to respond. And this measure is meant to solve acute problems, and it is assigned for 3 months, and it can be extended another 3 months. We don't have many evaluation of this system in Norway. We have an old one, but I won't tell you, I don't know very much about how this functions. But it's supposed to have a very low threshold. I think this is in change now. Perhaps someone could comment on that, for example, from the shelters, but that I will not comment on that. Okay, then we have another measure, and that is what we call protected address. And this means that the measure is providing the victim anonymity. So she is protected by law. She has to change her name with her children often, move to another part of the country, change name, cut contact with her GP, her social system, all that. And this is really for really high risk cases in Norway with really serious violence, and it's also used in cases of honor-based violence where you have several perpetrators who are difficult to regulate with the other measures. And the third one I would mention is the Norwegian system of protection orders or restraining orders. We have many different names of these orders. And that is also a measure with a low threshold in Norway. And it bars then a perpetrator to contact a victim, and it is issued by the prosecuting authority. And then the fourth measure I want to mention is what we call the electronic monitoring of perpetrators, and that is in combination with a protection order. Or what we call it then is reversed mobile assault alarms. And it's not meant to have a very high threshold in Norway, but it has been practiced like that. It's the courts who issue this order, and they have, in a way, practiced a very high threshold for imposing this on the perpetrator. When we look at how these measures work, it's difficult to say something exactly, but what European studies show that the effectiveness of these protection measures, it is mixed. They are not complete effective in stopping or preventing continued issue, but there is some evidence that offenders with prior arrests and higher levels of violence are significantly likely more likely to violate protection orders and then continue the use of violence. And it's also what we have seen in Norway. For a protection order to be effective, the police, they have to enforce breaches of protection orders. And my studies have shown that the police can have a very high threshold for enforcing a breach of a protection order. So I think the system, it gives protection to some extent, but it's also a paradox in Norway that what we see when it comes to serious violence, the surveys show that the really serious domestic violence, it is not reduced in Norway. And the last 6 months, we have had some killings, really brutal killings. So from a researcher's point of view, it's important to why is it like that? Perhaps I can come back to that because I have some views about how research could continue to reduce this most serious violence, but perhaps we can, my time is up, I can see.
Thank you very much. We will definitely have the time to discuss this maybe issue during the moderated discussion. Let's now hear the Polish law perspective, Monika Szczepanowska.
Do góry tam. Dzień dobry, Monika Szczepanowska. Bardzo mi miło, że zostałam zaproszona. I'm very happy. Thank you very much for your invitation. I represent the Ministry of Justice. I am also a family court judge and a penal department judge. I would like to share my experience as a judge. I have very little time to share my experience as a judge with you. I want to start my short introduction differently. But today, coming to this conference, I took the bus. And in the buses in Warsaw, there are small screens with some messages, with some news, information that is supposed to entertain you during your commute. And I read a quotation by Louis Pasteur, who a well-known scientist, who said science has no country because knowledge is all-encompassing and worldwide. And we can say that also violence has no fatherland because violence is international, unfortunately. And the previous speakers stressed this as well. Unfortunately, violence is spreading all around. It is a human trait, and therefore we should be able to share our reflections, solutions that work somewhere, translating them to another part of the world to help each other fight violence. And I wanted to point out some Polish legislative measures that have been implemented. We've heard about them from the lady from the Office of the Children's Ombudsman, and one of the previous speakers spoke about the Austrian and Czech perspective. But I wanted to tell you about the Polish solutions that we have recently implemented into our legislation. Those are based on the basis of the examples of the Czech Republic and Austria. I was part of the project team working on this special act. This is the Anti-Violence Act 1.0 and 2.0 because it was divided into two parts. In the first part of the act, there are some solutions that were introduced in November 2020, and we were thinking about supporting some groups of people. We wanted to propose some solutions to immediately isolate the victim from the perpetrator right away, if they live together especially. What I am about to say will not sound new to you. It happens very often. I mean, I don't want to speak in stereotypes, but usually it concerns women, although I don't want to stigmatize any gender or any group. But this is a fact of life. Very often at night, it's a mother with children who has to flee because an aggressor came back home drunken and she couldn't find shelter. The solutions we have implemented have completely reversed the situation. But this is the proper direction now. The reverse direction is the right one. The aggressor should be the one leaving the home, and the mother and the children should feel safe. The initial solutions were the following. Let me tell you how it works. These are regulations that gave some very important tools to the police so that the police can act immediately at the time when the deed took place. This is an immediate solution, instant solution that can be implemented right away, the first time the police pops up. So when we have the police coming because someone has called them, they see that there is a threat to the health and life of a person, because this is the reason for them to act. They can issue an immediate order to leave the home to the aggressor, and an immediate restraining order for 14 days. 14 days right away. It's enforceable immediately, irrespective of whether there's a complaint against it, yes or no, an appeal, yes or no. The aggressor then has 3 days to appeal to court. This is normal. You can appeal to court in a democracy, and the court has 3 days to judge the appeal. This solution has now been implemented. In 2023, those orders were issued 12,200 times, and this year, until August, we've had 18,158 such decisions issued. My feelings are ambivalent. Is it good or bad that the number is increasing? It's a matter of life. We might say it's both bad and good. On the one hand, it's good because we see that the solutions we have invented are working. We have helped so many people. But on the other hand, the other side of the coin is that a lot remains to be done, because so many orders are issued, and the police is using those tools so extensively, and this means we still have a lot of work. I know I don't have much time, but let me just add something. In November 2020, we came to the conclusion that it is important to protect the home, the residence, the flat, the apartment, the house where you should be feeling safe. And we've seen that those solutions were efficient. The victims finally could feel safe at home. We decided then to go one step further, simply because it worked. And now, starting from August 2023, we have extended this formula. We have the Anti-Violence Act 2.0 and 2.0. We have extended the solutions from the first edition, and we have added some protective measures to protect the victims, to protect those people, not only to make them feel at home, but in general to feel them so that they can feel safe as themselves, as human beings. So a restraining order concerns the given person. There is a ban on any contact, and there is a ban on residing in the school or the place of work of the people who is a victim. Now, the 14 days, like I said, the police has the possibility of issuing this decision for 14 days only. Of course, during this time, if the victim does nothing, this order after 14 days will lapse, and the aggressor will be allowed to go back home. But importantly enough, this decision and the tools that the police has can be used many times, repeatedly. So if this victim decides not to press charges, not to petition the court for some additional measure, because the court obviously has more prerogatives, can, for instance, look at the evidence, hear witnesses. The court can apply long-term protection and even some unlimited protection, unlimited in time. So if this victim does not press charges, nor does she or he petition the court, it's okay. They may not be ready mentally, psychologically, or may have any other reasons not to do it. The same order can be reused. Let's say the aggressor goes back home and the same night there is another act of violence, the police comes back, and once again they can impose the same order. Unfortunately, we do not hear the speaker now. We are never going to be able to eradicate totally violence. Nonetheless, I am deeply convinced that the tools that we have implemented by those two acts that I have given you in a nutshell probably make the life of violence.
Thank you very much. I think that as long as we try to fight with violence and we try to do something, we are heading a good way. Now it's time for the perspective of Polish non-governmental agencies. Joanna Gzyra-Iskandar from Feminoteka Foundation.
Thank you so much. Good afternoon, and thank you very much for inviting us. It's a great pleasure to be part of this conference. And as Mrs. Katana from Fundacja Dajemy Dzieciom Siłę said in the first panel, I will also take this role of NGO who will say what is maybe not working in the best way and what we can improve. So, and in just one sentence, Feminoteka is an organization that has been dealing with women's rights for 19 years, and on daily basis we are supporting women experiencing violence, and we also run the first rape crisis center in Poland. So from the point of view of Feminoteka and our beneficiaries, so women who experienced gender-based violence, especially sexual violence, it would be the most supportive if the system is focused on the needs and well-being of the survivor of violence. We need the system to be focused on survivors-centered approach. From what we know from our clients, it seems like the system is not so well prepared to be to deal with cases of domestic, sexual, and other kind of gender-based violence, and I will give a few examples. A woman searching for help after violence never knows if she will be treated with respect and dignity if the representative of the institution in which she's searching for help will be professional and competent, or will be guided by his own beliefs and stereotypes. It is kind of lottery who will deal with her case. The point is that we do not have standards of serving people with experience of violence. The system, though, should be predictable. What women after violence need is the procedures to be as clear, condensed and fast as they can be. Chronic procedures cause women to be re-traumatized after each hearing and trial date. They wait a long time for the first term, and then the case drags on for years. This applies to cases of rape, abuse, divorce, or establishing contact with children. Regarding the last ones, many women who experience post-separation violence from former partners report to Feminoteka, and we know about a lot of cases in which the courts actually support abusers and expose mothers and children to further violence. They allow themselves to be manipulated by the perpetrators and rule on the basis of the pseudoscientific theory of parental alienation, which was invented just to harass women.
Despite the clear position of European Parliament, Grevio, WHO, international scientific organizations, associations of psychiatrists and psychologists, Polish Ombudsman Office, that there is no alienation syndrome and that children and their mothers have the right to a safe life without violence. Despite all of this, for example, the schedule of training activities of the National School of Judiciary and Public Prosecution for 2024 still provides training in recognizing so-called parental alienation. In our opinion, professionals, for example, police officers, prosecutors, judges, court experts, social workers, need to be trained how to distinguish conflict from violence, what are the most common mechanisms of intimate partner violence and domestic violence, why it is so difficult for the survivor to leave the abusive relationship, etc. Without this basic knowledge, women after violence are facing victim blaming and re-traumatization. And the system, by not supporting them, actually supports the perpetrators of violence. Institutions must be able to use existing procedures in such a way to support women after violence. Let me give you another example. A few months after regulations came into force in Poland concerning the so-called immediate isolation of the perpetrator, this is what you mentioned before, those regulations that allowed police to use an order to leave the premises, and they ban on approaching the premises for the perpetrator of domestic violence for 14 days. Feminoteka checked how these regulations are applied in individual voivodeships. It turned out that the number of such actions taken by the police varies greatly depending on the region per 100,000 inhabitants. In our opinion, this means that there may have been a lack on uniform guidelines and trainings for the police in the applications of these regulations, which led to a varied degree of their application across the country. Of course, it would be possible to consider improving the regulations, the law, the procedures, but today I don't want to focus on them. What we believe as Feminoteka is the most important is training and raising awareness of those who apply these laws, regulations and procedures. Because even the best law and procedures will not achieve the goal of protecting people who experience violence if institutions have difficulty recognizing what violence is. After all, institutions are created by people. Thank you so much.
Of course, please, please. This is the discussion, so we can discuss us.
Przepraszam bardzo, ja tylko jedno słowo.
I'm really sorry, just a few words. I know you mentioned the officers were not trained, but I was trained myself just then, and that's when we learned we are getting a very important tool we have not used yet. We trained more than 10,000 of police officers. We also trained military police and social workers. So if you're referencing these statistics, probably in some parts of Poland these tools are not used adequately, but my assessment is that police officers have been trained, they have got this knowledge and they know how to implement these solutions. I don't know the detailed data maybe, but our forces have been trained in using these new tools.
we can come back in our moderated discussion to this issue, because I also write down the question how we can support services involved in protection and supporting victims of violence. But for now, we will hear about protection of and support of victims from the perspective of Synergy country standards. Mona Lisa Tirstea, I'm saying it right, okay, and Carmen, yeah, okay.
Thank you. We are very determined as country, we, Romania, to reach the golden standards of the Istanbul Convention. And we are thinking that it's very important for each country to have an integrated system services to support the needs of the victims of domestic violence and gender-based violence. At this moment we have 263 different types of services developed at the level of all the country in order to provide different types of measures and specific support for the victims. In the past 5 years, we developed 144 social services and support services for domestic violence victims, and these services are free of charge. 126 services are encompassed at in the national network, part of the national program to support the victim of domestic violence. And there are 42 protected houses. In each county has replicated this system. 42 protected houses in each county, one houses, with a period of accommodation till 1 year, and connected services as 42 support groups for psychological support and vocational counseling support. And more than 5,000 victims benefited of these support measures integrated, and 40% of them were reintegrated on the labor market as an essential component of transfer to an independent life. We developed also a first pilot program in order to support the sexual violence victims, and we are creating 10 centers of intervention for victims of sexual violence based on integrated approach and multidisciplinary team intervention, including doctors, psychologists, policemen, forensic and other specific category of personnel. And we are also developed programs for the aggressors, and we benefited from the Norwegian experts, and we transfer a counseling program for anger management for these aggressors. Now we are considering that a main challenge at this moment is to ensure the close collaboration and multidisciplinary approach among the different categories of professionals with specific responsibilities in this area. In the next period, we will focus on the case management implementation and also on the continuous training for all the professionals. At the level of the protection measures, we have implemented the emergency protection order in 2018, and starting this year, we have at the national level implemented the monitoring system with electronic devices. In Romania, the the emergency bearing order has availability till 5 days, but this period is prolongated with the necessary period for the protection order issuing with availability till 1 year. We have now many emergency bearing order issued till 12,000 in the last year, and we are thinking that this good results is based on the proactive involvement of the Romanian police and other professionals. So this is our perspective.
Okay, thank you. I would like to stress a little bit on the challenges that we faced during these last 5 years when we managed to develop all the services, especially talking about those centers for sexual violence victims that we started in 10 county hospitals. The main challenge was to bring together people working in different systems and make them work as a team for the best interest of the victim, because those working in the police force were never used to talk with the health workers or collaborate with the social services, and so we try to bring together and make them work as a team, but not a specialist on their own professional standards. So it's very important to have continuous training, but on those kind of team intervention, because it's very important not to let the woman victim of sexual violence alone to stand for her rights and to seek help at the social services or at the police or the forensic, but to make this team work together in order to stand as a wall, if you want, with her and help her through this trauma. And another challenge was to make the public social system work together with the NGOs, generally because it's not about being, I don't know, like competitors. NGOs and public services and those working in the public system, even if they are working in the health or in the social assistance or in the police, they should work together, complementary at the same team, in the best interest of the victims. So maybe we could discuss more about this and see exactly how we can pass through all these challenges. Thank you.
Thank you very much, and I'm happy that we came up with the first question to discuss about a cooperation with different services, building interdisciplinary teams and cooperation between NGOs, organization, and the government one. So maybe our dear audience have something interesting to share on how we can buy, or of course our panelists as well, how can we build this kind of cooperation? We heard about some trainings, we heard about other support for the services. How we can build this and strengthen this cooperation? Can we please give a microphone to...
Dzień dobry.
Thank you.
Maja Kuźmicz, ja reprezentuję Niebieską Linię.
Maja Kuźmicz, I represent the Blue Line. It's an organization that has been supporting... May we wait until our guests put their headsets on. Thank you. Please continue. In Poland, we work together interdisciplinarily under the Blue Line scheme. And I completely agree with you, Anna, from Feminoteka, on that. As to procedures and regulations, our standards are very high. But then the implementation, the understanding, noticing the violence is much more problematic. So, I'd like to ask about the top level, if I may. The Blue Line also runs trainings for very specialists, police officers, social workers, and the like. And just a few of these are judges, curators, probation officers, prosecutors. So I wanted to ask how represented are these groups in trainings elsewhere in the world?
From somebody from our panelists, how it looks internationally or in your countries with the training of specialists. Okay.
I don't want to take up too much time because I want to hear what everyone else has to say. But one thing that I do want to alert you to is that the Council of Europe has an online training program called HELP, H-E-L-P, and there's specific training on violence against women, on Istanbul Convention, and very often these trainings are run for judges, prosecutors, and lawyers. We have found that it works the best if we have judges teaching judges. We train judges to be running these courses. They may already be translated into Polish. I can give you the address where you could find exactly where to find them. They're already translated into many languages. We also have a specific course which we've adapted. We've taken this course and adapted it for police as well. So just to let you know. Now I want to hear from everyone else.
I can maybe add for Austria that one of the reasons why the emergency bearing orders work so well in practice is not just that they've existed for a long time, but also that there is mandatory training for the police. So there's initial training that is mandatory on domestic violence and on emergency bearing orders and how to issue them and in what cases to issue them for all police officers, and additional training for those specializing in domestic violence. And for the judiciary, I just wanted to add that this is something that Grevio has seen across all evaluated countries. The issue that there's usually no mandatory training for the judiciary based on the argument that judges need to be independent. And I wanted to mention that in the thematic evaluations that are now coming out, Grevio is elaborating on the requirements of the convention in more detail, pushing for trainings for the judiciary that are not only voluntary, but actually mandatory, so also for judges. But in practice, it's an issue, not just in Poland.
I think training is, of course, very important. We talk about this understanding of this phenomenon, domestic violence, and that's really important too. It's a complicated issue. It's not easy, and it takes years, to in a way understand this phenomenon. It's complicated. So I think training is extremely important. We have in Norway different programs for example, for judges, and that's important. But I think what is also important in this field is that we need this constant political pressure. Because domestic violence, in a way, in the police, prosecuting authority, in society at large, in a way, it goes away if we don't have this political pressure up and high all the time. So I think that, as of course professional training is important, but it is also extremely important that this issue is on the political agenda all the time. I mean, from top on, I mean, the political, from the top and down further on in the chain. So, but I think that this political awareness and pressure is extremely important in this field.
Thank you very much. Ms. Monica, you wanted to also to share your opinion? No? Okay, sorry. Oh, please, please.
Jeśli mogę, oczywiście ja tu się dołączam.
Yes, if I may, let me agree with what the previous speakers have said. To my mind, good legislation that we have in place already is important, but then prevention is the top issue out of them all. Just like you said, it's important for the government, for the political sphere to uphold this theme, but also for us all as societies to understand that violence is not a family issue. It's not an issue of this or that family that is affected. It's a universal issue for all the society that we should continue talking about and reinforcing from early years on. I mean, classes at school, children, kindergarteners, obviously at age-appropriate levels, not to scare children, but also to encourage them to speak up if necessary. Then primary schools, universities, workplaces, we should be sensitized to this theme everywhere around. It's not a matter that can be solved in a month or in a year. We just must be very sensitive to the subject, and then the situation will improve. Thank you.
Jedno zdanie a propos tych międzynarodowych doświadczeń, ponieważ miałam tę przyjemność w zeszłym tygodniu dosłownie.
Let me say a word about the international experience we've gathered. I've recently been to Prague in the Czech Republic. It was a study visit organized with Norway grants by the Batore Foundation, and we, organizations dealing with women's rights, we met other counterparts from the Czech Republic, Profam among others. This is the first rape support site in the Czech Republic, and I asked them about their cooperation with their institutions, and they share the same reflection we have. So, in terms of training the police, it isn't a regular cooperation, but sometimes they manage to train some officers. Nonetheless, the greatest problems they have are for prosecutors and judges. This is a target group that is very difficult to reach. And I must admit that for us, for Feminoteka, we have a similar experience. A few years ago, Feminoteka organized a series of trainings for the police about sexual violence, especially about the procedure concerning cases of sexual violence. The training was not compulsory, though, so those who wanted to could participate. And it turned out, as time went by, that those who participated were very involved in their work, very sensitive, but also very ambitious. It means they were quickly promoted, no longer having a direct contact with the victims. So this means that those trainings have to be repeated regularly, or they should become compulsory. Perhaps not for the whole police force, but I think in every unit they should have someone or some people who went to that training course and who might be specialized in violence, including sexual violence. One might also think about implementing similar solutions in prosecutors' offices and courts. Not everyone has to be an expert in everything. You don't have to be a jack of all trades, but it would be nice to have the cases concerning sexual violence being directed to people who have been properly trained, so that they know the procedures, so that they know how not to re-traumatize the survivors.
When we work together and we share our knowledge and experiences, our best knowledge, then we can do much more for victims. And can we? Oh, 2 questions. I love when the audience is 3 questions. Okay, very good. Are you ready, dear panelists, for questions? Very good.
Dzień dobry, Aleksandra Kusek, Światowa Organizacja Zdrowia, Biuro Krajowe w Polsce. Ja pozwolę sobie mówić w języku polskim. Może nie tyle, że mam pytanie.
It's not a question, but it's a remark that I would like to make. I am responsible for reinforcing the Polish health system in reaction to violence. And I wanted to remind you one thing. The health system is the first front line for the people who have experienced violence. I agree with Feminoteka's representative. You said that it's very important to have uniform procedures, standardized procedures for survivors of violence. But please keep in mind that the healthcare experts are on the front line. They see things we are not able to see or to perceive. I mean, doctors, nurses. We also have nurses who are social workers. They visit homes, and no one else does. They go somewhere where no one else goes. It's very important for them to be equipped with the proper skills and competences, so that they are able to perceive the invisible, to support those who need supporting, and to be able to answer some questions or ask the right questions. So I didn't want to ask a question, but I wanted to stress that healthcare specialists and the healthcare system is the first contact point. This is the first place where someone who has suffered an act of violence comes. And I'm also at your disposal should you have questions to me.
You are nodding so much, so I guess that.
Well, it's a good thing because we in Romania, we have developed also a network of community medical assistance in parallel with social assistance, and they have also responsibilities to detect and to prevent domestic violence and to report some cases. It's very important, and in our law, in our primary law, it's stated that the domestic violence it's an important public health issue. Thank you.
Thank you. Okay, we can proceed to the second question. And then we will go to the third question, okay?
Dzień dobry, Olga Trocha z UNICEF.
I represent UNICEF, and I would like to tell you about the trainings that are carried out. This is a very important topic, but this is a never-ending story. But let me tell you what we do in cooperation with the Ministry of Justice and the National School for Judges and Prosecutors. It has been going on for some time now, and last year we had a training for judges, for prosecutors, for court officers who deal with children. But also, one of the training concerned domestic violence and sexual violence. I think we've managed to pave the way we are not alone. It's been part of a whole movement, but we've paved the way for progress. We have now a target group of people trained. This year, we are enlarging our offer. We have trainings for family judges and for curators. This is done in an interdisciplinary mode. First of all, we have different professions participating. We also have trainings that happen on site in a given local site, community region. And there are always two threads, the legal one and the psychological one. Of course, this is, like I said, a never-ending story, but already something is happening. We have a group of judges and prosecutors trained. So this is done by UNICEF, by the National School for Judges and Prosecutors, and the Ministry of Justice. So this is happening.
Okay, there was, yes, a third question.
Bardzo dziękuję. Aleksandra Szczerba z Biura Rzecznika Praw
I represent the Ombudsman Office. A question to you, Judge Szczepanowska. What about the practical application of the 3-day appeal time, so the time of appeal against this order? Is it applicable? Unfortunately, I don't have the statistics about how exactly it works, how many people appeal, etc. But let me share my perception. Last year, I was responsible for the second edition of the Anti-Violence Act, the one I mentioned. In the number of complaints against the decisions, the orders emitted by the police, it was just a few of them. Only a few went to court. I'm sorry not to be able to give you up-to-date figures, but out of those few, quite a few appeals, 1 or 2 were actually given merit by the court. So I don't want to tell you that everything is great. It's not. We can always improve. Nonetheless, we are interpreting those tools and we are seeing them, and they are used, they are working. Even the perpetrators do not appeal against those tools. It means that they probably, the aggressors themselves, deem them fair and correct and adequate. I don't have the most up-to-date data, but only in single cases do we have in reality an appeal against the order. Of course, I do not have very accurate data, but I just wanted to tell you that Kamilek Lex introduced some training obligation. Judges are obligated to participate in a training once every 3 years. Those judges that deal with very serious cases of violence. So they are indeed obligated to undergo training. So we see the trainings are needed.
Still 10 minutes, so yes, could I ask for a microphone? I think I will give mine.
Dziękuję. Rozmawialiśmy o szkoleniu kadr i o tym, żeby były dobrze wykwalifikowane. Tutaj też pojawiła się informacja, że te dobrze wykwalifikowane kadry awansują i stąd potrzeba takich częstych szkoleń. Nie wiem, czy też Państwo obserwują jakby rotację pracowników, w szczególności w tej pierwszej linii, jak ośrodki pomocy społecznej czy policja i tak naprawdę problem wypalenia zawodowego w tej kwestii. I chciałabym zapytać się ewentualnie o jakieś rekomendacje, dobre praktyki, jak wesprzeć służby, osoby, które działają na tej pierwszej linii frontu, by właśnie nie uciekały z zawodu, posiadając tak bogatą wiedzę.
Maybe some of the panelists would share. Okay, please.
So we have a little good example because we manage, our authority manage the national helpline in order to support all the victims. It's a helpline with a unique number, with permanent program, continuous program in 3 shifts. And all the operators are overwhelmed with all the cases. And in order to support them, we organized with support of the NGOs a program, a supervising program, in order to help them to overpass this tension and this burn. And we have a good example. They are very happy to discuss all this problem with this specialist psychologist or a legal assistant, and this program helped them to go forward successfully.
Thank you very much. Oh, okay.
And I would like to add, just because I've seen in the audience the WHO representative, that in Romania, in partnership with the WHO, we had last year and this year a program for training the health workers with case management for rape and sexual violence, and especially putting in place the health system respond to the first line respond, the lives way of intervention, first line intervention in situation of sexual violence and abuse. And in this training there was also a part talking about mental health, not only the mental health of the victim, but also the mental health of those working a daily basis with these traumatic situations. And of course, we need to be to have a systematic approach, to be like the Chinese drop in regarding training those working with victims of domestic violence, sexual violence, in order to help them become from the state of victim, become a real survivor of the violence. Thank you.
Thank you. And Jane, you wanted to add something?
Yeah, but that's not on that topic, but I just wanted to say something before we end this session. So I think it's really important that we develop really effective and good protection measures. It's really important, and for example in Norway we have now lowered the threshold for electronic monitoring of, we will hear about that in the next panel. But I think it's also extremely important that we, of course I can say this as a researcher, but it's extremely important to follow up these programs, these everything, to see which direction do these, measures go. And we have to follow up to see, do they really, take care of the victims? What happens? And I think it's really important to have studies to follow up these new measures and see if it is a good measure for victims, because they can be there on paper or they can go, in different directions and not serve victims. And I think as a final point, I also think that internationally, we don't know very much about what is the most effective measures for perpetrators, and especially the perpetrators who commit the most serious violence. So I would say that we need more studies. We need a focus on the perpetrator, also in research, to see what is the most effective measures to reduce especially the very, very serious and violence that goes on for a long time, what we see in many cases. Yeah.
Yes, please.
Just to follow up on that, Synergy Network members probably know this already, but we do have resources that are listed on the website, the Synergy website, and in that list of resources are everything that's been produced by the Council of Europe on a number of different topics. Probably Kirsten can speak to this better than me, but the Violence Against Women Division has actually recently developed a publication specifically on programs for perpetrators. So that might be something, if that's something that you're interested in, it might be something that would be worth taking a look at. And there's lots of other resources there, and I'm happy to provide the address for that if you're interested.
Thank you. And as far as we have 3 minutes and we have 2 questions, so I think that we can manage them. Thank you so much. This is so active session. So let's go with the next question.
Dzień dobry, moje nazwisko Zawiślak Beata, jestem kuratorem.
My name is Zawiślak Beata, I'm a curator. I come from Katowice and I work on criminal cases. I've learned a lot from what you said, and I would like to thank the judge especially who is with us. I've been in my profession for 29 years. I'm a dinosaur, basically. And I work with perpetrators, so the other way around. I would like to react to 2 things. The first one is trainings. We are a court curator. As court curators, we are obligated to participate in training sessions. This is an obligation. This is something we have under our skin. And the National School for Judges and Prosecutors, UNICEF trainings, a lot of regular cyclical trainings, conferences. I also cooperate with university from Dąbrowa Górnicza. We have the possibility of using their offer of trainings, their portfolio of trainings. As we know, when you work with a perpetrator, I usually have 100 interviews and talks with them. So doing that, you have to develop inside of you some mechanism, some defense mechanism. Sometimes you call those perpetrators aggressors, and this speaks for itself. We have to care for our safety. And this comes from our knowledge, our expertise, and some potential. You have to be able to react to a plethora of situations. I'm very much interested in electronic monitoring. I've written a thesis about this. We have a lot of people who are perpetrators and who are very aggressive, but who can come to the conclusion that they need to do something. There are special programs to make them more self-aware. They are realized, depending on the region, better or worse. The people who are convicted in our system told us that what they need is a job, a family. So, you know, those higher values remain the same and they are very important.
Dziękuję. I jeszcze jakby pani właśnie tam do tyłu mikrofon. Our last question. Okay. I see one more.
Okay. As previous session, I will end, yes?
No, we have one more question.
Okay. So something to what Jane said. I'm also a researcher, so I understand your point of view, and I can give you, I think, interesting example how research is important. in United States, they wanted to check in which state, because you know that in every state that they have a little bit different law regulations, which state deals the best with the problem of violence, domestic violence. And they checked many things, and what occurred? The best ones were the amount of deaths connected with male deaths caused by females was the lowest. Why? Because when all the approach to the violence problem was good, females wasn't so what I could say. They could choose another way to end their relationship, not to kill their partner. So the states with the lowest amount of deaths, of such deaths, were the best ones. And they check what the states do. Education. When the perpetrator goes to the jail, they have special trainings for them to change their attitude to stress, anger, and if they end this training, they can shorten their punishment in the jail. Yes, and then they check if this training, the results were good. So amount of returns to jails, and it's lower than normally. And one more thing, very shortly, I wanted to make in Łódź, I'm from Łódź, a special place for females, the raped ones, to make a total, complete approach to their problems. So, doctor's examination of forensic pathologist or with gynecologist, and it was so difficult. It's not successful. And the problem was also money. So this is also a problem in such situation. We can talk about that during coffee break, I think. So, and I'm looking for Ms. Joanna Gzyra-Iskander, because I think we can talk about that, but this is also a problem, the money problem.
Thank you very much. Interesting. That killing rate can be also useful statistic. Okay, one last question, and we will be heading for a coffee break. I saw person at the... Yeah, okay.
Dzień dobry. Ja mam pytanie, bo tutaj było wspomniane o tych szkoleniach dla dzieci o przemocy. I mam pytanie, jak one miałyby wyglądać i czy w innych krajach też coś takiego występuje? Dziękuję.
Training, please. Training for young juveniles.
Maybe it's not exactly the answer for that question, but it can actually touch that, because in Romania we have this maybe a good practice example. Some NGOs and also the UN agencies working with migrants and refugees from Ukraine, they help spread this program called Empowerment Through Self-Defense. But we saw that the program it works actually for those working with in the social services with victims and social and also with perpetrators, because also those social workers need empowerment, and of course they need self-defense. But this kind of training got into high schools also, and the young students were giving a very good feedback to this kind of session of empowerment through self-defense, because they learn the basics about how to defend themselves of the physical violence and also from the emotional and psychological violence. Thank you. Maybe somebody else?
It was about training for children, for young people. Okay.
Maybe just to add that this is also a requirement of the Istanbul Convention. I mean, not trainings in itself, but in Article 14 on education, the convention is talking about how issues of gender-based violence, equality between men and women, the notion of freely given consent in sexual relations, and so on, how all of that should be mainstreamed into formal and informal curricula. So, I mean, into curricula in formal education, but also informal settings such as culture and sports. And there are a lot of countries that have included these issues in high school curricula. It's not always a mandatory subject. It can be voluntary. It can be included in subjects such as civic education or ethics. And for informal settings, there's also some good practices from sports clubs, for example, boys being involved in a campaign against violence in the setting of a football club or as part of scouts in different countries. So there are some countries that have done good steps in education of children and adolescents in both informal and formal settings.
And I will add to that now that I know the question. I'm sorry, you caught me talking over the question. So just to let you know, in the list of resources that I told you about before, there is a study which was conducted by the Council of Europe in 2022, specifically on Article 14 of the Istanbul Convention, which is about what Kirsten was just speaking about. So this is really looking at the article of the Istanbul Convention, which is requiring, which is looking at education in both formal and informal environments. And it is giving recommendations, giving suggestions about what can be done. And to add to that, something that will be coming out in the next couple of months is a publication which was developed through a project in Ukraine, where we took this exact study, and made it into a very practical checklist for educators and for educational professionals. This is not available yet, but it will be available soon, and it will be on the Synergy website as a resource, which will be available for you. Even though it's developed by Ukraine, it was developed in a general way so that every country is able to use this resource.
Thank you very much. I think that we will finish this dynamic session. I have a really great satisfaction. I hope you also have and bear this satisfaction. So now it's time for break, but one sentence of summing up. I'm sorry, I will do the summing up. So I think that we can have the best implemented procedures and regulations, but if they are not supported by a wise, trained and responsible people with kind of empathy to the victims, then those procedures are nothing. And I think then our next panel will be more practical approach of protective measures. So short coffee break, and we will meet 3:15, okay? See you then. Ladies and gentlemen, so welcome on panel number 4, the last one today, and we will continue some kind the topic from the third panel, but we will have more practical approach. The subject of the panel number 4 is practical application of protective measures, problems and promising practices, cooperation of services, NGOs and institutions on immediate response to violence, victim-focused. And the purpose of this panel is presentation of different perspectives on the application of protective measures and justice chain cooperation. Exchange of views on the practical problems and challenges encountered by institutions and organizations and their needs to successfully overcome those challenges. And of course, encouraging the discussion on the promising practices and or on the needs of particular justice chain actors. We will have 70 minutes for this panel, and the panelists of this subject will be Jenna Scherer-Demir and Kerstin Schinerl, the Council of Europe Standards and Promising Practices, Practical Application of Protective Measures. Torot Rodo, Oslo Police District, Emergency Barring Orders and Restraining Protection Orders from the perspective of Norwegian practice. Marta Świnecka, Polish National Police Headquarters, Emergency Barring Orders and Restraining Protection Orders from the perspective of Polish practice. And Aleksandra Szczerba, Office of the Commissioner for Human Rights of the Republic of Poland, supporting measures and procedures from the perspective of the institution of the Commissioner for Human Rights. I have all my panelists already gathered and ready to give the introduction and their different perspectives. So we will start from Jenna.
Hello, everyone. Thank you. If you can go to the next slide, please. Okay, perfect. The Istanbul Convention also sets out several standards for the practical application of protective measures, emphasizing cooperation between services, NGOs, and institutions, as well as victim-focused immediate response to violence. We've discussed Council of Europe standards for immediate response to violence, so I won't mention this again, but we can also consider that Article 7 of the Convention requires parties to adopt comprehensive and coordinated policies that involve all relevant agencies, including government bodies, NGOs, and other institutions to prevent and combat violence against women and domestic violence. Support services are emphasized in Article 18, which speaks of the need for effective cooperation between all relevant state agencies and NGOs to provide comprehensive services to victims. This includes ensuring that victims have access to services such as legal assistance, psychological support, and housing. Article 15 mandates that parties ensure professionals who work with victims or perpetrators, such as police officers, social workers, and healthcare professionals, receive adequate training to prevent and respond to violence against women.
Okay, you already know the drill. I will continue with positive practices as identified by Grevio. If we could go to the next slide, please. So there's a couple of points I would like to mention. We talked about emergency barring orders and restraining orders. So of course the first step is to have a good legal framework in place, but then to make them effective in practice, there's a couple of things that should be considered by police or courts or whoever is in charge of issuing these protection orders. So I would like to start with an example from Austria. So after the police has issued the emergency barring order, one maybe obvious, but at the same time practically very relevant step is to take away all of the keys of the perpetrator so as to ensure that he or she can really not return to the residence that he might have shared with the victim. Another positive example that has been mentioned today already is the electronic monitoring of emergency barring orders or protection orders. This is done in Spain, Sweden, Moldova, and we heard earlier that now it's also being piloted in Romania. So the system would be that the aggressor would be tracked by a GPS sender, and either the victim or the police would be notified if he approaches one of the areas that he's not allowed to approach. In Sweden, another good practice is that breaches of emergency barring orders and protection orders are not only subject to fines or imprisonment, but they actually also constitute a new crime in their own right, and they can be charged as the offense of stalking. So there's several consequences for breaches, because of course, if EBOs are not monitored and enforced, the incentive for aggressors to actually abide by the orders is lower, obviously. I already mentioned that in Austria, police training is mandatory for all police officers. So maybe also going back to the question that was asked earlier about how we can ensure that specifically trained personnel is not lost. I would say that one approach would be to ensure that actually all officers are trained, and it's particularly relevant for emergency barring orders, because any officer can be called to an emergency at a residence. So it's important to not only have specialized police officers that are trained, but actually all patrol officers. Following up to something Jenna just said about multi-agency cooperation and setting in motion a protection system and support system, I would again like to refer to Austria, where a specific provision in the legal framework is that police are actually obliged to inform violence protection centers of the issuance of an emergency barring order. So these centers can then proactively call the victims, because also data is being transmitted automatically. And these specialist support organizations can then offer support to victims. So victims in this very stressful situation don't have to seek support, but they're proactively being offered support as a consequence of the emergency barring order. Next slide, please. So talking about other protective measures, of course it's also important to ensure that weapons are seized from the perpetrator. This may or may not be related to emergency barring orders, but at some point when a risk assessment, which we will talk about tomorrow, shows that there's weapons in the possession of the perpetrator, it should be ensured that they are taken from him. And many countries do that in practice. Portugal, Andorra, Montenegro, and again, Austria are examples of these countries. And lastly, I just wanted to mention that in very serious cases, of course, emergency barring orders might not be enough. And in order to prevent an even more serious attack from happening, pretrial detention has to be considered at least. And for that to be effective in practice, measures have to be taken that ensure that all the relevant information is transmitted from the police to the public prosecutor and or the judge who makes the decision on pretrial detention, because Grevio has seen in many countries that information is lost on the way between these agencies. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Now it's time for the Norwegian perspective of those practices. Torot Rodo.
Better now? Thank you. I'll try to keep this brief. And being a practitioner, working at a unit that specializes in the investigation of domestic abuse and sexual violence, I'll try to keep it practical as well. Quite a lot has been said about different protective measures, so I won't go into detail on all of them, but I'll try to talk about some of the tools that we use and some of the barriers that we face in achieving effective results using those tools. Restraining orders, barring orders have been mentioned. What I can say is that the barrier to handing those out is quite low in Norway. We hand them out both for protecting the victim, but also we can expand them to cover the victim's house, the victim's city, or even bigger parts of Norway to give the victims a safe space. And we can also have zones that are enforced with the electronic ankle tag that has also been mentioned. For quite a few years now, the courts have sentenced people to wearing those, we call them reversed assault alarms. But that has been in conjunction with the larger domestic abuse case when that comes to trial, meaning that the ankle tag isn't worn by the perpetrator until he or she has finished their prison sentence. Starting Easter this year, the prosecution service has been given the right to order the wearing of such ankle tags on an emergency basis, meaning that we can go from reporting or receiving a report of a crime to the person actually wearing an ankle tag in less than 12 hours in some cases. Those decisions are tested by the courts within a few days, and so far we have not had any of them struck down, at least in Oslo, as far as I'm aware. But we do face some challenges using them. One, obviously, is it's quite resource intensive for the police to administer these things, partially because it's a new system and partially because the number of ankle tags has increased dramatically the last 6 months. Previously, I think we used to have 2 to 3 ankle tags active at any point in Oslo. So far the last 6 months, I think we've handed out 16 or 17, so it's quite a dramatic increase in a short period of time. But we also face issues regarding the perpetrators because it's a bit of a catch-22 situation where there's a considerable overlap between the people who need such tags and need such protective orders placed against them on the one hand, and this group of people that are not capable of following such orders, whether that's because of substance abuse, mental health, or other issues. So that is a challenge that we have to work with and that we are focusing on. But we also face quite a few challenges regarding the victims. In discussions like these, and so far today, the victims of these crimes have kind of been talked about as a passive willing recipient of protective measures, and that's not the reality that we see in our daily work. It has a cost when you come to the police to report domestic abuse, and it entails risks. That could be because of religious, cultural, or historical reasons. We've talked about financial violence and the financial dependencies that create, and there's also a major barrier for a lot of people. So for us, one of the most important things early on and straight away is to help motivate the victims to not just report crimes, but also to leave their abusive partners. And that is the job that we cannot do alone. We need the NGOs, we need the health services, the crisis centers, lawyers and others to reinforce the victim's willingness to stay the course and actually leave these abusive relationships. Probably not meant for reproduction, but I had a conversation with a staff member at one of the crisis centers a while back, which was quite a typical case. It was a young woman who showed up there. It was her first time at the crisis center, and she was not willing to talk to us about the violence that she was the victim of. But we tried. Unfortunately, we failed, and the staff member said that it was her first time there. It's the third time she comes, she'll be able to leave. And that is a challenge that we face, and I think everyone else that work with this face as well, is to reinforce the willingness of the victims to actually take a stance and get out of these violent relationships. And I want to get back to a little bit some of the questions from earlier regarding education, because we talked a lot about educating police officers, educating the judiciary, and so on. I want to also mention we need to educate the victims, and we need to educate them before they become victims. We've talked about financial violence, and one of the common denominators that we see in a lot of the victims of financial violence is that they are not financially literate. So a lot of them don't know that they are the victims of financial violence until it's too late. They don't realize it until they manage to break free from that relationship. And we see the same thing when it comes to sexual violence. We have a lot of women that come to us to report domestic abuse, and then they talk about sexual violence, rape cases that they've been involved with, but they don't know it's a crime. They don't realize what they have had happen to them is in fact sexual violence. And I think that if we train police officers and train the judiciary, we'll be able to uncover more crime and hopefully also persecute it. But if we want to prevent it, we need to empower and educate young women and men to realize what is okay, what isn't, so that they can stand up for themselves when they do end up in a situation where they are potentially victims in the future. Thank you.
Thank you very much. I like the strength of the sentence, educate the victim. It makes real sense. Marta Świnecka, Polish National Police Headquarters, about the perspective of Polish practice.
Dzień dobry, szanowni państwo. Dziękuję bardzo serdecznie.
Ladies and gentlemen, thank you very much. Thank you for having me. I serve in the Chief Police Bureau when I deal with countering domestic violence. And I would like to tell you about the legislation in force. In the previous panel, we have been equipped with certain tools. I wanted to say that the police plays a huge role in countering domestic violence. Social workers are in the front line, and so are we. But only us, the police force, have been equipped with a number of prerogatives, very wide prerogatives, to fight this phenomenon. The military also have similar prerogatives, but we are the ones on the front line. And could I please ask you to give me the first slide? So we have been equipped with this possibility of issuing an order ordering the aggressor to leave the premises and not to come close to the home. This was in force until 2023. There were two types of orders that could be issued jointly or in a separate manner. But then, as a result of the modernization, the amendment of the Act and the Civil Procedure Act and other acts, we were equipped with additional tools. There is now We now have additional measures at our disposal, and this is meant at ensuring a safer environment to the people who experience domestic violence. This means that those measures can not only be ordered towards people who live together, but also those who do not live together. We have a ban on contact that can contact people who live together. We can also issue a restraining order up to a distance defined in meters. And there is a general ban on contacting a person suffering domestic violence. This concerns all types of contacts. And we can also ban a certain person from entering certain places, like a school, an educational institution, the place of work of the victim, etc. So these tools can be used separately or all together in different situations. We are allowed to do this during an intervention while intervening on site, but also when we are contacted by someone who would like to report a case of violence. This can be a court curator, some kind of social assistance unit, and to use those tools, you can use those tools irrespective of your rank or the place where you serve. So every policeman, policewoman can use them. So in which way do we define the distances? In practice, we define the distance in meters from a given person and in meters from the common flat or house and the environment, the surroundings. In practice, if we issue a ban or an order concerning a common flat and then it turns out that a given person, that the aggressor is still a threat, constitutes a threat for the health and life of the victim, we can add additional bans. But the time is as long as the time of the ban or the order. So to issue such a threat, such an order, we need to assert that there is a threat to human life or health. But even before that, we were allowed to arrest someone who could cause a threat to human life or health. Now, if there is direct threat to human life or health, we can detain a person and then apply the different tools when the person is released. And we do this in case of threat to human life or health. The decision is always the decision of the police person. The assessment to threat, whether there is a threat to human life or health, is a decision of the police person. And the opinion of the victim is not relevant. Those tools have been modified in the new amendments, and people who suffer from domestic violence are also people who no longer live with their closed ones, but we also apply them to ex-spouses, ex-partners. The duration is 14 days. They can be prolonged by a court order. But this means, it happens that the victim asks us to lift the measure, but we are not obligated to agree. It's only the decision of the police person. And they are never lifted. They are only lifted if a prosecutor decides to arrest the person. We are allowed to use those measures in the preparatory procedure. So in the current legal circulation, there are usually 2 orders at that time. And our order expires naturally after 14 days, although some of those orders can overlap. So in total, we can issue those orders jointly or separately. Common order and prohibition. So this is done when the people live together, and all the others are issued even if they don't live together or no longer live together, if they don't have a common household. This was already discussed. Next one. So how do we control whether the people follow the order? We are obligated to check it at least thrice. The first control is the next day. The second control, not less frequently than within the first 3 days of validity of the order. If we come to the conclusion that the target person does not follow the order, then we go into an accelerated court procedure. This person is brought to court, and the court decides about the penal responsibility of this person. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Last but not least, Aleksandra Szczerba will share a perspective of the institution of the Commissioner of Human Rights.
Bardzo dziękuję, Szanowni Państwo. Jest mi niezmiernie
Ladies and gentlemen, I would like to tell you the perspective of the Ombudsman or the Commissioners for Civil Rights and our point of view on this institution and this approach. And this is something that is very much a priority of our office, the protection of people who suffer from violence. Let me first state the position, legislative position of the Ombudsman and how well we can act in these cases. The Ombudsman is an independent constitutional body to protect freedoms and rights of citizens. It has a manifold mandate, a versatile mandate with the competences of 4 other bodies. It protects human rights with the A status. We are very proud of it. We are also responsible for prevention against tortures. We also monitor the implementation of the Convention on the Rights of the Disabled. And the 4th hat we sport is that we are an independent body for equal treatment in the meaning of the European directives. I support the Ombudsman in realizing this part of his mandate, so equality of treatment. The Ombudsman perspective, so countering violence, preventing violence, is based in the equality of rights approach. The Ombudsman has always consistently appealed to implement a consistent and efficient mechanism to fight violence, especially domestic violence, and usually appeals to the state administration to ensure to every violence victim, especially domestic violence, to ensure them the proper support and the proper protection, and also expects that all the perpetrators of all types of violence, psychological, physical and economic violence that is part of the Polish legislation, faces the proper sanctions as foreseen by the law. We understand how important it is to protect the rights of the victims, and therefore we participate in consultations to adapt the Polish systems to the Istanbul Convention, and we are in favor of implementing bans and orders in a formula that will fully follow the Convention's structure. This happened before the new act, the 1.0 version was adopted, as well as after the adoption of the second version. We think that those new solutions are fundamental to protect the rights of violence victims, but also perceives the threat to infringe on the rights of the individuals, especially the rights of people who are suspected of being perpetrators of violence, domestic violence. Thank you. This is all for me about my institution.
Thank you very much. This was the short introduction and presentation of different perspectives. I'm still thinking about this cooperation of services, enhancing the cooperation also with different institutions and with non-governmental organizations. We heard that we need to provide education not only for those specialists or interdisciplinary teams, but also for the victims. And it's like an open question, not only maybe to our panelists, but also to our audience. Who do you think, what institution or maybe NGO, non-governmental organization, or maybe some other idea, will be the best in implementing those trainings, those educations for the victim?
Niech mi wolno będzie podać przykład
Let
wystąpienia.
me give you an example of what the Ombudsman said in a message to the Ministry of Health, where we stressed the fundamental role of the healthcare workers when working with people affected by violence, and stressed the need for proper education both at the level of college, university, and in professional life through a training system. So those people should be properly trained. The Ministry of Health has assured us that there were trainings and that representatives of the healthcare professions are properly prepared to give support to people who experience domestic violence. So this is an example from our institution.
Children, in a way, they have to go through this yearly program where they learn about both violence and sexual violence. It is a program that is taught to the children without telling the parents up front. The parents are notified afterwards that they've had such topics in their school, and very often there is a nurse that accompanies these teaching sessions, and the nurse is available for conversations with the students and children following these topics. And yeah, a lot of the cases that we have coming to us, they start in that way, because it feels safe for a child to talk to a nurse in private about these things, whereas for a small child to walk up to a police station on their own, it's just not going to happen. So we, both in uncovering these crimes, but also in investigating them, we work closely with schools, because we also need teachers to help us out in transporting children to barnehuset, where we question children, so that they feel safe both on the journey there and while they're in our care, being questioned by the police. So for us, a huge number of our cases comes from working closely with schools, but also health services that by law has to report domestic abuse if it's bad enough to us, whether or not the victim wants them to or not.
So I think there's two issues. One is, of course, the training of professionals that the colleagues have spoken about. This is Article 15 of the Istanbul Convention, so there is a requirement to have trainings for all professionals that are likely to come in contact with victims or perpetrators. And the other issue is, because you have mentioned educating the victims or the potential victims, so I would maybe not call that educating the victims, but I would see it as part of general prevention and awareness raising, which is another article of the convention, Article 12. And of course, both things are interrelated, because if we have general nationwide campaigns, for example, raising awareness, and if we also have education of children in formal and informal settings, as we discussed in the earlier panel, then that will also affect how professionals deal with the victims and perpetrators, because of course professionals are not operating in a vacuum, but they are parts of our society. So in order to really have a shift of how professionals deal with victims and perpetrators, we also need to address general awareness raising and primary prevention issues. Yeah, I think that's all I wanted to say.
Yeah, I was going to say the same thing about the distinction between the two things. I think the question of who is best equipped to conduct these trainings or awareness raising, maybe that's not the best question, because I think that's up to everyone. I mean, there are a lot of different parties that are involved in raising awareness and also in training of professionals. We've seen that it's very important to include trainings actually within training programs for police or for judiciary. This is really helpful for consistent training with this issue of turnover that we've been talking about already, also with civil servants, etc. For awareness raising, I don't know, some of us have been together for many, many years and doing these conferences quite a bit. We did have a presentation actually in the Czechia conference, which was back, I believe, in 2019. And that's something that I could share again, where we compiled promising practice from Grevio reports of countries that have really done a particularly good job in awareness raising campaigns. And that's also accompanied with videos from different countries of some of their awareness raising activities. So if you're interested in seeing that, I can share that as well, and we can distribute that later.
There was something else I wanted to say, now I remember, because you asked who is best placed to implement measures. So I just wanted to emphasize that, of course, the convention places obligations on the state. It's never just civil society organizations that are obliged to do anything based on the convention. It's the state that has to ensure that measures are taken. But if we're speaking about who is best placed to share their knowledge and expertise, then of course a good practice that Grevio has identified is that civil society organizations that have long-standing expertise are involved in trainings, both for professionals, but also in devising, for example, curricula for formal education in high schools. And one more thing I wanted to say about awareness raising. What Grevio has seen a lot is that NGOs working directly with victims of domestic violence are in a good position to develop awareness raising campaigns, but they're not capable of doing it without sufficient funding from the state, because they can barely keep their services operational, let alone fund a whole campaign or more general awareness raising activities from that budget. So the state needs to ensure that NGOs have sufficient fundings to conduct such activities on top of the service provision that they're doing on a daily basis.
Thank you very much. And I am curious of our audience opinion, or maybe some interesting programs or campaigns that were educative and were raising awareness to the victims. Okay, can we give the microphone to the... Could you please one time share, bo może pani podnieść jeszcze raz, o właśnie. Okay, thank you.
Bardzo dziękuję. Jeszcze raz, Ola.
Thank you so much. My name is Ola, I'm from WHO. And I will focus on healthcare in what I say. Let me also mention I'm a midwife by education. When we are talking about building sensitivity or awareness, let's also bear in mind that women who experience violence are usually people who are pretty closed off, and they need someone they'll be able to trust. So what I thought was the midwives, who often act as educators to these women anyway. But there are also these medical friends or medically close people who have knowledge and experience as well as skills to help these women. That's also what we do at WHO, reinforcing the healthcare systems. And just like we talked, I started considering the midwives who take care of women before their reproductive period, during pregnancy, and also after pregnancy, when the pace or the rate of violence often goes up. So I believe that introducing this topic, or sensitizing for this topic, both in childbirth classes, but also introducing it into syllabi at medical universities, could also be a part of a campaign or trust-building activity, building trust towards the healthcare system.
Oh, please. Ladies first.
Thank you. Ja chciałam podzielić się z Państwem.
Let me share an example of two campaigns, two social campaigns that the ombudsman got involved with. The first was called the Alarm Plan. Thank you, Isamar, for letting me know this is needed. It was a guidebook for people experiencing violence during the pandemic. What should be done in this difficult time when you're sheltering in place together with the perpetrator? How do you seek help? How do you get ready? How do you react to violence? And I know, based on statistical data, that actually this guidebook was received really well. There were many downloads. And some other actions we've taken Say No to Violence, that was a campaign we ran 2 years ago. We used short videos with the guests discussing different types of violence, sexual violence, sexual harassment, psychological violence, economic violence, physical violence. There were short videos published discussing what this violence is about. And for the conclusion of the campaign, we also had videos by the Ombudsman on how this anti-violence system is structured.
Just a quick comment on what was said about midwives. I know that some midwives in Norway have received training in identifying domestic abuse, and I know that they've had quite a bit of success with that. And for a lot of the women that we talk to, they may have experienced quite horrendous abuse and sexual violence, but for them, what was the worst is often what they received while they were pregnant. And that is also something that courts have been fairly adamant is to be punished harsher than crimes committed against them when they were not. It is a bit challenging working with midwives and the health professionals because of the secrecy rules that they have to follow, but I think that midwives especially is one of those areas where we can cooperate quite a bit harder and get more results.
Yes, I see that Marta also would like to give a comment.
Ja dziękuję za ten głos.
Yes, thank you for your intervention. I believe this is more than right, Olga. Even more so as we, the police, do have many rights, but still we deal in information. And until we get the information, we are unable to react. Then when we get the information, the violence may be so advanced, so severe, that it's difficult to react adequately. Because then it's a common crime. And those suffering from domestic violence treat the police as the last resort. And then this link between those who need help vs those who can provide them with help.
Thank you. Are there any ideas or comments that can we please bring microphone here in the front? Yes.
Katarzyna Katana, Fundacja Dajemy Dzieciom Siłę.
Katarzyna Katana, Empowering Children Foundation. It's a comment rather than a question. And I believe that in order to respond to this matter, we need to tackle many layers. So it came to me, well, it was difficult for me to share your opinions, but I just heard this question now. In our daily practices, we all need to take the first step. One of these first steps would be make sure individual stakeholders trust one another. Without that, there's no interdisciplinary cooperation. And I have encountered this mutual lack of trust between various professionals. Actually, that's quite a common theme. The Lex Kamilek efforts, well, the parliamentary efforts were when I heard that lawyers don't trust judges to interview children sufficiently. So if children are to be heard on all matters that affect them, which is not recorded by the official court recorder, because this is just to present the child's opinion on what resolution to the case they would prefer, then I heard that, oh, but it must be recorded officially, because otherwise, as lawyers, we won't be able to trust the judges to write the truth. That shocked me. The next shock came when one court has brilliant cooperation between social services and the court itself. The court trusts social workers, basically, and what they write. But another court does not trust them at all. And I guess all of us here work with other professionals, more or less, and we should make sure that both our professions and other professions are perceived positively. We also discussed that over the break. The prestige of the family court judge also requires a lot of care, because many decisions are taken just by them. The next thing we can do in our daily work, we mentioned the child protection standards and the procedures that must be included at schools mean that, well, after our information sessions, parents approach me and tell me, well, you know, I remember the situation back when at our horse riding school we had a mom, and I had to recall the time she came and the time she went, because of how her partner controlled her. And to this horse riding instructor, it was not clear. They have not linked that with domestic violence. It's just what the man asked, and she wasn't a specialist. And then the third thing we can do as professionals working with children is make sure the environment fosters revealing cases of domestic violence.
Comment or maybe question. Dear panelists, would you like to share some opinion? Or maybe somebody from audience? Okay. Yeah, please. Yes.
I'm afraid it is my job to trust nobody. So whenever we question someone, it has to be recorded, and when we question children, it has to be recorded on video. And yes, we need to have good faith in our colleagues in other departments, NGOs, civil service, and so on. But it is, as a police officer, it's difficult to go to court and say that my evidence is based on trust.
To może ja tutaj akurat może po polsku, ale...
Well, let me speak Polish if I may. But the difference may be difficult to catch in English, but the interview I discussed was an interview on family law cases, which does not serve as evidence. These interviews on criminal matters are recorded, video recorded, but in family cases, we're discussing the situation when a judge asks the child for their opinion.
Okay, it's translated but without comment, I guess. Or you would like to share some of
that is a fairly similar situation to Norway. We would not use evidence from family court in a criminal case much the same way. Correct.
Okay, thank you very much. Do you have other opinions or maybe some cases that you would like to share regarding this panel, or maybe regarding this day? Because we are slowly moving to the end of our first day. So I guess that this is a very good time to give maybe your statements. Okay.
Thank you. It's really interesting to listen to this panel. I just wanted to ask one question. I think it's what we see in Norway is that very few victims of domestic violence want to report to the police. And I think it's how do we do that in a way? It's and we heard from the Polish system here that you can decide on some kind of protection orders in spite of the victim wanting the order or something like that. And we also see that many victims, perhaps they want to report to the police. They want the violence to stop, but they does not necessarily want to see the perpetrator in prison or want him to be punished. So it's a dilemma in a way, because we want to develop the penal system, we want more reports, we want the perpetrators to stop to use the penal system, but then many victims, they don't want the perpetrator to be punished. So I think we have to, how do we in a way loosen this tight thing between reporting, punishing, or how do we handle this in a way? Because it's really important, using these penal strategies to stop domestic violence, and then so many victims, they don't want that. So it's a dilemma. We don't have answers to this, but it's, how do we...
But it's important statement that victims very often have internal different states. From one side they want to stop the violence, and from the other they don't want to hurt the person who is the partner or husband or wife or so on. Okay, yes? Can we please wait for the microphone? Okay.
Now? Okay. They go to police and they then say that nothing happened and say, oh, I said something, but I lied or something like that. Don't start the case. It's in many, many occasions. And that's why in my contact with police officers, they sometimes tell me they don't like abusive home violence cases because they put a lot of effort in them and they end in nothing because the victim says after some time nothing happened.
I'm not sure am I right or not, but sometimes victims are threatening with the police. Yeah, please.
Być może odpowiedzią na te ambiwalentne uczucia.
Maybe this ambivalence by domestic violence victims can be alleviated by a very special solution we have in the Polish law, that is the blue card procedure. It's not a criminal administrative proceeding or anything like this, but it provides protection to a person suffering from domestic violence, and is also aimed to impact the perpetrators. And it can go in parallel with a criminal proceeding if that's what the level of domestic violence necessitates.
To the dilemma that has been mentioned, I mean, yes, I agree that definitely that's a reality, that many victims do not want to see the perpetrator punished and do not want to go down that route of criminal justice. And I think that is just another case in point to show how important specialist support organizations are, because they usually don't have a reporting obligation to law enforcement, but they can offer support and counseling and can show other ways out of an abusive relationship, including supporting the victims to pursue other legal avenues that do not lead to a punishment of the perpetrator, but civil law instruments like a restraining order, which also lead to protection. And to the other remark about, sorry, now I forgot.
About putting really great effort from the side of the police to them.
Thank you so much. You're so good at this. That's also a reality that, of course, it can be frustrating for all the professionals involved because everybody wants to see their work come to a result in a way. But I also think that, again, just underlines how important training is for police to understand the reasons why victims behave in that way, that it's not like a matter of spite or not even necessarily distrusting the police, but it can be fear, it can be economic dependence, emotional dependence, and so on. So understanding the reasons would already help to deal with that frustration, I think. And the last point I wanted to make is that, of course, in some legislations, there is the possibility of having victimless prosecutions, meaning that even if the testimony of the victim falls apart or is withdrawn, if there's another way of proving that the incident happened, so if there's other sources of objective evidence, like medical reports, that's where the health sector comes into play, that they should be trained in how to documenting injuries and traces in a proper way, or witness testimony by neighbors or whoever else might have heard or seen something, then this could still lead to a conviction even without the victim going through the process of testifying.
I totally agree with what you said, but it was the only comment that sometimes police officers says something like that, yes. I totally agree that the trainings are important and we should explain why sometimes victims act like that. And from my experience, when I have 18 years of experience as forensic pathologist, and when I started my work as forensic pathologist, I was really frustrated because of the victims. Because I thought it will be very easy. They come to me for help. I give them all tools to get this help. And 1 month later, 2 months later, 3 months later, this person returns to me with the same problem. I was really frustrated. I had to learn about violence, about circle of violence, about all the issues connected with that. And when I understand what's happening in this person's head, I could help this person in better way. But at the beginning, sometimes I was angry. But not to the perpetrator, to the victim. Why you act like that? Why you don't stop this situation? I had to understand, and now I try to share my knowledge with my students to make trainings for medical staff, doctors, paramedics, because they are really also really important, because sometimes they are on the first line of intervention, paramedics, also nurses, midwives, yes, to explain them how it works, what they should do. But this is also very important, the law issues, because you know about something like medical secrecy. So they have to know what information they can give to police officers, prosecutors, and this is also very important. And which information they have to tell, in which situations they should call the police or other institutions, like for example, family court. Yes, this is also very important, this knowledge.
Just a short comment. We do press charges against the will of the victim fairly frequently. And one thing that we find quite amusing and that we see often is that victims, they don't want to press charges, but if we tell them we already have, then they're willing to cooperate with the investigation. So as long as we take the first step for them, they're willing to go all the way after. But the first step we have to take on their behalf.
So it is, the first step is the most difficult one. Okay, do we have any other topics of discussion to end this panel, all to sum up, dear panelists? Yeah? Okay. It was quite a long day, but I hope that those 4 panels give some answers for your questions, or maybe solutions for your issues, or maybe some new ideas to come up with some problems or some issues that you have in your daily work, or you just inspired. It's only the first day. We got the second. Remember that we're meeting tomorrow as well. I'm not sure am I able to do a good summary of those 4 panels. Thank you all panelists. I know that some of the people left. Thank you very much for your knowledge and sharing your experience. It's, I think, the most valuable when we meet and we exchange different points of view, different perspectives. It's very important. But I was taking notes, and I come with some during different panels, and I come with some summary. I wrote a better cooperation of different sides, better communications, meaning training, exchange of good practice, but also the poor one that didn't felt good or wasn't successful enough. Evaluation of our taken actions or established regulations, more research, data analyze, and support services, with also engaging NGO in the different process or regulations. This is my summary, but I'm also welcoming if someone from the audience or maybe our panelists want to share something at the ending of the first day. Very important topic, domestic abuse. Okay.
It's now on. Okay, I'm Tomasz Gajewski. I go there, okay, to be visible. My name is Tomasz Gajewski. I'm Deputy Director in the Ministry of Justice. I decided to make a short wrap-up, and I tried to sum up this conference with 3 bullet points. So I put them down on paper, but I did not take it, so I must take it from my head. First bullet point is education. Second is communication, and the third is safety. So those are 3 words that summing up today's conference. First, education and awareness raising campaign. That's really important. We should be sure that all the society, all the actors, all the institutions are educated to play their role in the domestic violence prevention. We should be sure that our neighbors can recognize the violence if we are the victim of violence. We should be sure that our children are aware that some behaviors that they can meet on the street are violence. We should be sure that specialists are really prepared to recognize violence and really prepared to respond to the violence. That's the issue of education. Just to say something about our work, in the Norway grants we had a program, and one of the indicators of domestic violence prevention program was a rise of number of reported cases of domestic violence. We have discussion with some colleagues from the evaluation teams why we want the rise of cases of domestic violence after the domestic violence prevention projects. And we said it's because we want people to be aware that there are victims. We want neighbors to report the cases of domestic violence. And it happened in various municipalities when we implement our projects. We noticed the rise of the cases of domestic violence, which we consider success. That was first thing, the education. The second bullet point was communication. And this communication is on the various stages. First of all, we should communicate between the institutions. All the institutions involved in the system should share the information. We must have a system that gives the right information to the right person in the system. To have a good intervention, to have a good program for the victim and good program for the perpetrators. To be sure that we can react in the right way, tailored for each case. We have interdisciplinary team in Poland, which are a good practice, but we also see that it should be much wider. There's a lot of different institutions that are involved into domestic violence prevention, that are not involved in the good communication, and that feel lack of information about the situation, the cases, and the general scope of violence in each case. So that was the second sentence. And the third one is the most important, why we do that. We do this for the safety. So we want people be saved. We want to react before something happens. And we do all that before the situation came to the moment that the person will be harmed. And we should react in the good place, in the good moment, and react fast enough to prevent from the serious cases. And that's our 3 bullet points that came to me from this day of the conference. So I try to wrap it up, but I also must add one sentence. I would like to say a big thanks to the Norway Grants team from the ministry, who is responsible for this conference. So, 3 colleagues. Thank you very much, and thank all of you for being involved in this important matter. I hope, and I'm sure, that this place, the Synergy Network, and this conference is a place when you meet a lot of people that share the same values and that can cooperate with you further to make a safer world for all of us. So thank you very much for this day.
and make a difference. Thank you very much. So the first day, I think, comes to an end. See you tomorrow with fresh energy. I hope that the workshops will also be plenty of questions and discussions. Thank you. Have a nice afternoon. And we have a dinner? Yes, dinner at 6 p.m. at Novotel. So see you hopefully then. Oh, and if you are using interpreting headset, please be sure that you will return them to our technical staff. Please check, do you don't have them in your bags? Szanowni Państwo, jeszcze tak przypomnę, żeby